Hello and welcome to Tomb of Annihilation, the last resort company. Right, we don't have a Kirsty with us today, but that's fine. We will push on. The show must continue. The depths of the Bachelor must be delved. Last session. Yeah. Always with the weird choice of words, Chris. But hey, we are here. We're starting to get into a strange world where before they could clearly tell they were in some sort of otherworldly realm. The Shadowfell was draining their emotions and bringing down their memories, almost swallowing them. But now we are. It's even weirder and more vague in design and an appearance because you've. Let's just do an actual recap. You guys went to the Gleaming Finn's village, and there you confronted the chief, knowing that he is the one responsible for these sacrifices to this crocodile deity. And the Bachelor is maybe not a godlike figure, but he is definitely powerful. And the chief admitted that will be a god. He will pave the way for his ascension, and that you, these adventurers, will be valuable souls in making that possible. He told his people that he had no choice but to say to the Bachelor that this was keeping everyone alive. Had he not appeased the beast, then they would have all been attacked and eaten. He did this for the sake of them. But you also gleaned the fact that he, or maybe his ancestors, were responsible for having created the Bachelor in the first place. Not exactly created, but definitely been a result of it, because the chief was the one who murdered the Bachelor's wife oh so long ago. Now he seeks vengeance. Now he's empowered by some sort of spirit. The chief, however, it said that you had not been here long and you did not understand how spirits work in this world. But he alluded to the fact that spirits do not leave this place, and perhaps when people die, those spirits enter into a state of limbo and then reincarnate into someone else. So it's like this chieftain carries perhaps some of the memories of the previous ones. But either way, he says that when the Bachelor speaks with him, he does not speak of vengeance. He speaks of ascension. And he set his guards on you as you were unable to convince him. Ignia tried to threaten him with the demon in stitched tapestry, and he challenged you. Although there was a look of fear, as though he recognized this, and that's how it was revealed that he knew the Bachelor's wife in the first place. And all of you retreated, and as you did, you jumped down the massive sinkhole that had opened up after you struck the Bachelor in his back right foot. Seemingly at that moment, a reverberation had happened through the realm, and that sinkhole opened up. As you fell, you could smell the scent of iron, blood, and the walls were slick and glistening with this kind of red rivulet. As you got to your feet and looked around, trying to light your way, you realized you were in a dark, dank passage that led deeper into this ruin or underground catacomb, you're not sure. As you came around one corner, you saw an archway, which the runes and carvings on seemed to go darker as you approached with a light, until they were completely unreadable. You entered into another chamber beyond that, and another set of archways. As they were some distance away, Revive was able to kind of make out strange pictures, ones with monkeys that were mocking the people below the archway. And there was another archway with crying women. And confused as you were, you decided to try and press on and pick one certain direction. Ravaya had also laid out a bit of a map, because as you tumbled, it felt like you was sort of spinning and seeing these flickering visions of the Bachelor and all the potential souls he swallowed. Fortunately, didn't end up going to where you'd hoped. Instead, you found a strange shop front, almost like a market high street. There was some creature. They seemed to be rummaging through piles and piles of clothes and accoutrement, looking for something. You're not sure. Either way, he was distracted enough that you managed to make your way past him, and then just as you got to the other doorway on the far side is when I believe one of you accidentally stumbled, knocking a load of jewelry around, and this creature began to turn and thud, thud, thud towards you, and you realized at this point it was completely comprised of rocks and pebbles, and the pebble that you had on you as well, your person, seemed to like rattle and shake as well, Carrick. It chased you through several rooms and further maze-like rooms until you came across a balcony and managed to give it the slip. And Carrick, you turned and banished the creature. The archway beyond, however, disorientated you further as you came back around and into the same chamber that you were before. In frustration, Jacin stormed off down one of the archways after whipping the wall and getting covered in flecks of blood. And as you saw as Revive saw Jacin go down this archway, the depictions on it changed as you went through it. And as Revive and the others perhaps approached, the archway turned back into another form. Just so there's a little bit more clarity, it seemed as though it reacted with the blood that Jacin was covered in, and he is now separated from the rest of you. When you went down this tunnel, you could hear hissing sounds and clicking sounds, and you could make out that it was the sound of a crocodile, but it's so dark in here. Maybe there's these tiny little specks of starlight that seem to be almost drawing a constellation across the walls, leading you towards this room. And with Rufus as a scout, you managed to spot a lake, a placid lake that, in the center of which had a sort of round structure, which is known as a stupa. And there seems to be a door on it as well, but you're unable to make out what the relief is using your echolocation. You would actually need to physically see it to understand what it is. Now, that's where we left off. So, we'll come back to Jacin now. What is it you're doing in this strange starlit tunnel? Sounds of crocodiles just beyond.
Just before we delve into all of that, we can type in languages now.
I've added a few cool modules.
What's all this about?
So you can select a language, and as you type it, other people that share a language will understand that, but people who don't will just be seeing gibberish.
That's really cool.
That's very cool.
Also, I've added some nice effects for. Hopefully, you'll see that when you start rolling dice. But yeah, there's also a nice search function as well, which you can do by accessing with the control space input. It's like a little search function, but you can find spells.
Shit post in Elvish.
Okay, right ahead.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's called Quick Search. Is the search module. There's something else I added as well. I changed the targeting system so that it's easier to see. If you hold down Alt and click someone, you'll have a rotating set of arrows rather than the static ones, which I find much more useful.
Ooh, okay. Well, this is all very nice. Thanks to our sponsors, Foundry VTT.
If only. That'd be nice.
Wouldn't it? You hear that, Foundry? Dimension 20 have roll 20, and that's awful. So
The translation module is called Polyglot, by the way. But,
well,
yeah.
I'll be polyglotting myself a copy of that. So
Also, you can also copy images into the chat and copy links as well, but be careful what you send in there. Yeah, I'll show you as an example. Here, have a Guardian of Faith.
Wow.
ooh.
Why can't I type anything?
Should be able to type. What, into the chat?
Yeah.
Have you got your languages selected?
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, is it because it's paused?
No, it's not paused.
Pause for okay. Maybe that'll try.
If it's not working, just try reloading.
Yeah, I'll just do that. Cool.
So I'm stood in this dark, moist cave.
Very.
There is a stupa away ahead of me. How far ahead?
There is. The stupa is 50, 60, about 60 foot around the corner. So these tunnels have been twisting and bending, sometimes at very jagged angles as well.
Okay. I also remember hearing something about the sound of crocodiles in here.
Yeah, you could hear in fact, I'll just drag you back to this. You could hear a hissing sound and that kind of guttural growling. And in fact, they seem to be causing a bit of a movement because your echolocation with Rufus would slightly pick this up. They actually seem to be trying to follow Rufus's flight.
Okay. Well, the sensible thing to do would be to throw up a tiny hut and wait for my friends to get here. But the Yasin thing to do, I'm going to desummon Rufus the Bat.
Okay.
I'm going to resummon Rufus the... What's going to do it? I'll go Rufus the Owl,
Okay.
so that at least he can make his way around and he's not going to fly into a wall. Rufus the Owl is going to go find himself a perch.
Whereabouts in the tunnel, or
A ways away from the stupa.
okay, so you can see this time with the owl and with your dark vision. Let me give you a little description. So you're in the belly. Okay, the depiction on the door is a bas relief depicting a warrior, and he has a shield in one hand, a spear in the other. And I'd like him to make me a perception check as well, with advantage.
Where's my Rufus at?
Oh,
I got him.
do you want to drag one on?
Shift is advantage.
Yes.
24.
Okay. You see, Rufus narrows his eyes, and in amongst the regal feathers and tattooed body, you can see at the center of his belt there is a keyhole. And there's also depictions of crocodile heads at the bottom of this as well. But most notably, you spot that keyhole.
No sign of a key, though.
No, no sign of a key. Am I gonna have to reload again? Hold on. Yeah, it's a bare-chested warrior, and he's definitely got keyhole right in the center, and you can see the seam of the door going all the way down, and it actually goes in line with the keyhole.
Right, and that warrior is on the wall by me.
It's on the door of the stupa.
Door of the stupa.
I'm gonna have to reload. 1 second, sorry.
No worries.
But yes, that is what Rufus has just barely spotted.
Okay, I'd like Rufus to do a loop around the entire room and see if I can spot that key.
Okay. At this point, as you're looping around, you start to see creatures emerging from the waters, but they do not come up to land. No, rather they start crawling up what almost appears to be an invisible wall. It's almost as if it's just climbed up out of nothing. Like you can't see the surface that they are against, because right now it almost feels like a starless sky that you're flying around in. There's like no visible ceiling to which Rufus is trying to fly over. And okay, let's back up by the way the game. But these crocodiles, and there's a lot of them, begin crawling like geckos up an invisible wall.
Where is this invisible wall in relation to me?
This is inside the lake.
Right.
And you're around the tunnel, so you're not actually at that point yet, but you're seeing through Rufus's eyes.
Sorry, it's almost as if there is a invisible dome around the stupa.
Right. That's what you can imagine, yeah.
Are walking up
crawling
the
up
inside of the
it.
dome.
Precisely, yeah.
And if I'm gonna like poke my head around the corner, get a view at this myself.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, pull you to the scene. You can rejoin, by the way. Don't know if it's loading for you. As you look around the corner, though, you can see that there is some sort of stone dock leading up to the stupa, and you can tell that the door is made of like a brass sort of material.
I hate to tell you, Chris, but that keyhole in its chest?
Yes.
That's not his chest.
I mean, I didn't say chest. I said waist, like on a belt.
Oh.
But I mean, yeah,
like the key goes in that man's vagina. We're all thinking it.
No, he was not. He's right, just above it. You can see it's his belly button, practically. Yeah, it's his literal navel. Yeah. Anyway, you feel a strange breeze as you come around the corner. The waves lapping this bucolic shore sit next to a stone dock. And across the lake, you can see reeds and rotting planks. There's axles and wheels. And there is the remains of a paddle boat. But the crocodiles themselves have all crawled out of the waters. And they are literally on an invisible wall climbing up like geckos. And they don't seem to have noticed you yet. They're more distracted by Rufus right now.
Right. How, like, clear is the way?
Like, of debris and such.
Like, of crocodiles, mostly.
There is a clear path. From what you can tell. Unless there are some lurking underneath.
Is this really stupid? Do I go into the invisible dome full of sticky crocodiles?
It's whether Jason does, though.
Yeah.
Oh, and Rufus again, as you're flying around, does not spot any key, like or any even like landmass to even house a key.
I guess none of the crocodiles have a convenient collar with a key on it, do they?
I'm afraid they do not. They seem to just be crawling up. They seem to be like cave-dwelling crocodiles. And they start to let out these clicking sounds as well, which is a bit bizarre for a crocodile. But they're kind of shrill as well, almost getting high-pitched. And they actually echo off the dome, the invisible dome that you're sensing.
Does that sound echolocation-y?
It does, yes.
Cool.
Almost like a dolphin.
Well, won't be burning a greater invisibility spell then. This is tricky because I could walk into the dome and get there and then have absolutely nothing to do with that door without a key.
Hmm. The other two you'll need to reload as well. Heads up.
Any suggestions, lads?
I mean, it would be, yeah, we're so far away from you. And like any trouble you get into, it'd be. Do you just have normal invisibility?
No, but if they're using echolocation, I don't know how much use invisibility.
Oh yeah.
But
Right.
between Bladesong and Blur, I can put my armor class to a point where they'd only be able to hit it with double crits.
Right.
But I don't know if I can get out of that dome again, or if I'm just going to have to slowly chunk my way through. How many crocodiles are there, roughly?
Let's find out.
Roll 2d100.
There's eight of
Eight
them
crocodiles.
crawling up. Mm-hmm.
And how big are they?
They look like medium-sized cave crocodiles.
Okay.
Not as big as the one you transformed into. And at this point, you're suddenly reminiscing of the rumor. There are no crocodiles within
Yeah.
Yeah.
river, they said. They said that the Bachelor is the only one left. And yet here, in this lake, in this chamber, houses quite a number of them.
Okay.
Almost as if the Bachelor himself swallowed all the others.
I'm
Who's to say?
gonna walk forward and use the tip of my rapier to see if there's like a solid dome that I'm walking against.
Oh, like just behind you as you kind of enter in.
Like I'm gonna walk up to where the invisible wall, I assume, would be,
Mm-hmm.
and go at rapier first. I don't want to go touching this thing with my bare skin.
Okay. Yeah, you do feel something, and it's not just solid. You prod, and you feel some give, almost like you're piercing something spongy. In fact, applying enough pressure, you feel the rapier actually sink into something.
Does it feel like something I could walk through?
It feels quite dense,
Okay.
but you could try.
Does it feel like something that I would adhere to?
You'd have to pull your rapier back out,
I'm gonna
and
try that.
you do. You manage to get it out. It feels as though you didn't just pierce some. It felt like you pierced something, but it didn't leave like a a gaping entrance or anything like that. It's felt like you just sort of made a needlepoint incision.
I'm going to try with my hand.
Okay. You push against what feels like kind of a lukewarm surface. And it feels kind of rough in texture, almost like leather. But there definitely is something physical there.
I pull my hand away. Can I roll an Arcana check to see if I know anything about what could possibly be causing this effect?
Yeah, sure.
That's a 27.
Okay. So there is definitely a spatial contortion going on in this place. You were witnessing it when you tumbled down here. This realm obviously exists in either the mind or the physical being of the bachelor, and as such, it's their realm, you're closest to it, they're able to shift and change it, and perhaps maybe not intentionally. These all could be manifestations of memories, repressed memories, or even aspirations and wants. But it feels like whatever this room is, it's a manifestation of that come real. There is definitely some almost godlike powers to that, and the best spell you can recognize in relation to that would be something like Mirage Arcana.
Where's Carrick when you need him?
You always need him.
Is that the spell? I'm gonna check.
So,
It is, yeah. Mirage Arcana.
Mr. Bachelor is keeping something quite valuable in this little stupor.
Mm.
I'm not confident that I can get through there.
Right, and like
I'm
in
particularly not confident
one's
that-
own. Sorry, go on.
I'm particularly not confident that I can get back out of
think-
there with 8 crocodiles at my heels.
I think by this time, Carrick would have become worried enough that he'd cast Sending and get in
Okay.
touch with Yasin.
Gotcha. Let's jump back to the others then while you're pondering. But yeah, you might even come to the conclusion that if this is a manifestation of the inner workings, that right there, something being locked, could be like someone's inner thoughts, their most guarded secrets, for example. Going back to the others, you've seen Jason walk down this hallway. It's been some time now. You've either got to follow him or try to figure out another way around to meet him, but you come to the realization you might be able to contact him. So, you're casting Sending.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That will form a connection, and you can speak your sentence.
Yasin, where did you go? What if we were following you? Did you fall into something? What did you do different? We're just in the dark here. Literally. Miss you.
Okay. Jason.
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah.
Carrick, I was just thinking about you. Don't worry, all's good here. I've ended up in front of some kind of stupor, which is surrounded by an invisible dome and crocodiles. I'm currently okay, just trying to figure out this thing. Feels like leather. Miss you too.
You have to...
And so, okay. Cool.
I think
Did we? Was it as players we kind of realized that it was the blood that was different, or
Revire would notice that.
Revive?
Yeah, and Revire, because she's got this superior dark vision, she can see the archways, depictions, and carvings change, and they changed with a kind of a red hue and glow. and it was the same kind of texture and color as blood. She does mention this to the group.
So, should Ignir hit the walls like Yasin did?
Or is there still blood dripping down the walls from where he hit them?
Yeah, there is actually.
Maybe you have to have a tantrum for it to actually work. Maybe that's part of the ritual.
Go right ahead. Have a tantrum,
No.
Derek.
I am not very good at tantrums. Carrick like pathetically stomps his foot.
He'll go and wipe
so
some of the blood on his hand.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then kind of like, with my hand leading the way, kind of like wave it towards the portal.
All right. The archway changes from laughing monkeys to let me just check.
Takes some of the blood on his thumb and gives him just says like Simba. Just
To yawning crocodiles.
Well, your tantrum worked, Carrick.
just a little tantrum.
All right.
Cool.
But you're not seeing. Carrick's not seeing this because he's quite some far away and doesn't have dark vision. But Revive would let you know that.
Yeah, I'll follow Ignir.
Okay.
We'll make sure the captain comes with.
Yeah. Revive follows. Revive's going to follow behind you, Ignir, and then Carrick. You come towards the archway, and as you begin to get closer and closer, the light that is emanating from the pebble darkens the archway to the point where its inky black void cannot be completely illegible at this point. And as you pass through and that darkness kind of envelops you, and your eyes start to adjust to the tunnel beyond, you do not see Carrick, Ignir or Revire ahead of you. But you do feel the pebble slightly shake suddenly.
I'll Mage Hand move the pebble back into my actual hand just to hold it a bit tighter.
Okay. You squeeze onto it.
Is it shake like it's resonating?
Yes.
So Eric thinks for a minute. If we are inside of the Bachelor and we were kind of like in a stomach kind of thing with all the clothes, like that's like the intestines, maybe this next place is serves more of a reproductive nature. If that has to do with like because this stone is like his symbol of his love, right? Or it's the heart, it's his heart. I don't know. Ignir, where are you?
You could make a, you know what, if you want to guess as to what's going on with that, because Ignir, by the way, you don't hear him. So,
Right.
Sorry about that. But you could make a guess, and judging from Revire's map from earlier, so it's going to be medicine check.
I'm good at medicine.
18, not bad. From where the map was positioned in the overall shape, you believe these to be bellies. And And some animals do have more than one.
Right.
Thus, that's what you're left with, I'm afraid. The idea that these are, yeah, stomachs.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to drag you to a map. It's going to look weird because I've put them together in an odd fashion, but...
So, Ignir had his blood on his hand, and I put my blood on my head.
Indeed. But it didn't seem to... It's almost as if something overwrote the archway and changed it. Right at the last moment, the moment you pass through. Okay, I'm just going to drag your tokens on. Let's grab... Carrick. Oof. Okay. Sorry, I just realized how big this map is. Ravaya and Ignir. Where's Ignir? There you are. Okay. Whoops. Messed up. Okay, so
This scene doesn't want to seem to load in.
give
There
it
it
just a
goes.
moment. It's probably because it's a long scene.
Oh.
Or a long scene. That's my only guess. Yeah, just give it a moment.
I'm there. I can see it.
Okay, you're in, yeah. Cool. Alright, so Carrick, you're walking down a fleshy looking tunnel, and I'm afraid there's no sign of Ignir and Carrick before you. In place of them are strange bioluminescent bits. Hard to know if they're even creatures. They seem to be moving around slowly. Whatever they're up to, they're on the walls of this cavern and
Can I?
going about their own business. And Ignir, as you kind of shouted out for Carrick, yeah, there was no response.
Can you see anything, Ravaya?
Yeah, you can feel Ravaya like turn around and grab a hold of your like arm, and they say that yep, I can see perfectly fine down here. There's actually something up ahead. Looks metallic. It's like a giant hammer. Like a warhammer. Stuck in some sort of puddle.
Am I supposed to see a map, by the way?
Yeah, down here.
Yeah, interesting. So it
Did
says
you
I'm
zoom
not
out?
on Bachelor 4 and I can't click on it.
Oh, really? Okay. Hold on, let me delete that token and drag a new one out. See what happens. Try now. Did that work?
Nope, let me try reloading.
Okay. What about... Oh, yeah, no, it says you're not even in the game yet. What about you, Carrick? Can you see?
Yeah, I can see Ignir and Ravaya.
Okay, cool. All right, we're all
Looks
right then.
intestinal.
Yeah, you could guess. In fact, what you could imagine is like twists and turns in the actual tunnel ahead. And of course, the scent is pungent. Does smell like rotting vegetation. And I'm gonna ask you to roll 2d6.
Or Ignir.
You, Carrick.
7.
7. Okay. So this passageway starts to climb upward, very steep, and it feels like there's these uneven steps as you go. And you haven't got... Have you got a light source? Yeah, your pebble, right? Yeah.
My
So-
pebble.
Okay. And with that 7 as well. Let's see here. Okay, there's a blur up ahead. These little weird maggoty things. Again, you're not sure if they're even living things. One of them begins to kind of move up and into the air in a quite quick blur. It starts to float there and emit its own light, almost sensing your presence. And it hovers like a firefly, sort of zooming around.
I'm holding my pebble in my real hand. Could I mage hand, which is invisible, just try to boop it?
Okay, your hand passes straight through it.
So it's like it's a ethereal kind of situation.
Almost, yeah. It almost feels like you passed through like a small cloud or something. The wispy nature of it does sort of flicker slightly, but you're definitely not feeling anything solid.
I will cast locate object on this might be stupid. Locate object on Ignir's spear.
Okay. Ignis.
So it's 1,000. I'll link it too, but it's 1,000 feet.
What color do these look like to you, by the way? Are they kind of green in color?
They're kind of green to me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. Cool. Ignis spear within 1,000 feet. Well, let me just check. Goodness me. I don't think so. No, this map isn't even on the same map. 1,000 feet, you do not sense Ignis spear.
Okay, I'll keep it. I'll keep concentrating on that. And so this is the way I came.
That's right. Yeah.
Nowhere to go but forward.
Okay. Go right ahead.
And I will still be, even though they're ethereal, I'm kind of avoiding the little glowy.
Okay. As you go to pass by this one, as you say, you're trying to avoid it, but it seems to start honing in on you. And this luminous green maggot or leech, again, hard to make out. It passes it starts heading towards you, like floating and bobbing.
I'll cast Sanctuary on myself.
Okay. Well, gonna roll a wisdom save.
Ooh,
Natural
cool
one.
dice.
You immediately see, yeah, I've updated my dice to be all kind of weird and fleshy. The wispy maggot floats towards you, gets right up to your head, and then veers away. And then, Carrick, another one appears ahead of you.
Yeah, I will hastily increase my speed because it's Sanctuary lasts for a minute, and hilariously is not concentration, so I've still got
Suddenly,
Yeah.
all of them begin to light up. Dozens of them. And you realize ahead of you is a is a gauntlet of these things. Did I just? Oh boy! And this one ahead of the gauntlet, the one that kind of the second one that lit up before you, passes your saving throw, and it flies towards your head, and it wriggles its way inside,
Oh dear.
and it pauses there for a moment before passing back out the other side. And you think nothing really happened. You don't feel any different. In fact, you didn't even feel like something invaded your mind. But
Yeah, because yeah, no, creepy.
but there was an image that you might just barely remember, and it's still kind of imprinted at the front of your mind's eye. Carrick, tell me one of your most happiest memories.
One of Carrick's happiest memories was getting access to the libraries back in Limbo, and him being allowed to just go and read whatever he wanted, whenever. Like, but that moment of like, here's your library card.
And now I'd like
but
you
like,
to
but
make
essentially permission.
excellent, yeah, recalling that wealth of knowledge, like opening the door to possibilities, and what inspired you in the first place to sort of reach out and find divine knowledge of the gods. And I'd like you to roll an intelligence saving throw.
Ooh, that's save. Oh God.
You turn around momentarily, and seeing this little glowing bug, this strange leech, or whatever it is, maybe bacteria, might be digestive bacteria, whatever it is, as you look around, you see the faint image of that library, of you opening the doors and seeing the thousands of books before you, and this glowing light flares up. You feel a heat coming from it, and you watch that memory burn away.
And now I don't have that memory, I'm assuming.
You've lost that memory.
Yeah.
And then you look ahead of the tunnel before you.
Heck. What if Carrick has the little Toll the Dead on that little one, the one that specifically stole his memory?
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Does Carrick remember having the memory?
No. So there's a weird sensation that, like I say, you didn't feel any different, and it didn't feel like it did anything to you. And as that memory was burnt away, you kind of have a disconnect from it. So what you're seeing is something that almost looks like a possibility, and it looks familiar. Like you've seen that room before, that chamber of books, but you don't have anything tied to it. There's no real, there's no emotion behind wanting to kill it, but it's up to you.
These ghost leeches show different futures, different possible that's possibilities.
That's how you might interpret it, yeah.
Nothing to be scared of here. And yeah, I'll still try to avoid them, but I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah, okay. You definitely have some sort of feeling of anxiety and ominousness about them, but you can push on, yes. I'll still allow your sanctuary to be active. That's not going away anytime soon. Hey, go ahead and move your token around. I'm just gonna see what happens.
Trying to duck, dodge, and weave through these.
Okay, one of them gets close and then veers away. And one of them blocks your path, and as you try to really kind of go around the side, several more of them on that wall behind you glow, light up, and begin to wisp towards your mind, passing your save, and it wriggles its way through your ear and out the other one. I'd like to make another intelligence saving throw.
Damn it, I'm supposed to be smart.
You are. Oh, that's not good. Okay, damn. Tell
I'll
me.
lose. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not really losing much in terms of like stats or even
Right. No,
damage.
it's just
It's subtle burn, but
just
yeah,
just he'll forget like the way that limbo smells.
you mean the Astral Sea? Sorry.
No, I'm in limbo with Gith Yankee, I think, or Astral Sea.
Oh right, okay. So just the scent of your home.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's gonna be strange. Yeah, that just passes through you, and you kind of feel like a heat around your nose for a moment, but other than that, nothing else really. There are two more that suddenly veer towards you before you get past here, and one fails. One got 16.
I'm a 16 spell save.
Okay, one last intelligence saving throw as you pass by.
Save. Okay, we got this one.
Oh man, that's wrong. Oh
Ooh.
god. Okay, I'm gonna
for natural ones, be something bad for
For a
sure.
natural one, this is gonna be awful. Ugh.
Language.
A language, a whole language. That's
Natural one's pretty bad.
It is. Goodness. Yeah. And I'm gonna pick. It's gonna be either Elvish. I know it's gonna be Elvish.
I'd say in between Abyssal, Celestial, Draconic, or Elvish. Because I assume Gith or Common would be pretty. That'd be pretty.
And the reason
ingrained
is because there's a happy memory being bonded with the party, and the majority of the party are elves, and you've been maybe once or twice conversing with them in their native language, really to sort of get to know them. And as this last one flies through you, that sweet memory of being able to converse in the beautiful sing-songy language of the elves, the sort of silken-tongued language is burnt away from you.
I will.
You can lose Elvish. Yeah.
Done.
I was gonna untake it from your character sheet. Gone. But you have made it through to the other side. Man. The tunnel ahead of you then is something different from what you've encountered thus far. You can feel the vibrations of that pebble reverberating like faster, and it's almost like trying to lift off your hand for a moment, almost feeling like a magnet being pulled towards something. And you've still got the light on the stone, haven't you? So kind of it shines through the seams in your fingers and illuminates a massive pile. More of these pebbles, all piled up. There is another archway as well as you kind of get through here.
And do I?
I'm
still concentrating on
Sanctuary.
No, Sanctuary's probably faded because it's only last minute, but I've still got probably 9 more minutes of locate object.
Oh, okay, right, yeah. In that case, no, still no idea of a spear yet. Okay. There are benches under 4 bone dead trees, and all face a dry fountain basin heaped high within the stone with stones. These are all the same pebbles that you have. They seem to have like the same shape, same texture, and as you're watching this sort of strange scene before you, you notice there is a convex ceiling, and there seems to be like this brass hatch on the top. And just as you've entered, and the stone almost feels like it's being pulled and yanked towards the pile, the hatch suddenly swings open, and there's a light filtering from that hole. And you see a long forearm. There's smooth skin, delicate fingers, and golden bracelets on the wrists. They reach down through the hatch and grab one of these stones from the top of the pile, and then they withdraw. And then you hear the hatch close again.
Does the arm seem like it's like a normal medium-sized creature, or is it like a giant arm? Did I get any read off that? Did it look like feminine, masculine?
They looked feminine. Yeah, definitely feminine, you could tell. But they were maybe about normal size length arms. Wasn't anything too odd about the length. Just because the pile was so high, it almost reaches the top of the hatch itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll approach that.
Okay. The artwork for it has gone missing. Goodness me. Where did it go? Okay. Yeah, well, you've approached nonetheless. There doesn't seem to be anybody else in here. But the light that was shining through has now just gone, and you're the only light source left within it.
Yeah, Carrick holds this little glowing pebble and it's trying to like struggle, like resonating, and like no. Everyone else has left me. You're sticking with me.
As you say that, the pebble actually stops resisting.
Thank you. Well, we still have further to go, you and I.
All right. We're gonna jump to the others and see what Kivil managed to get up to, because at the moment it seems like there's nothing happening right this moment. Okay, Kivil, there is the stench of this acrid sort of smell in the air, and Revire are your eyes at the moment, but if you want, you can always light a torch, because you're almost blind without the light that Carrick was providing.
Oh, I don't think I have any torches.
Oh my.
Because they would have been in my bag that got swept away in the prologue.
Right. Well then, in that case, might be down to Revire to guide you.
Yeah, I will ask her what she sees. Well, I guess you described the large hammer, correct?
There was, yeah. There's like a warhammer in front of us.
Like, keep your eyes open. Let's slowly make our way that way, since we don't really have any other options.
All right. The passageway immediately dips, and you feel a splash. Like there's definitely some sort of liquid around your feet, and for you, it's not a big deal. But it does start to sting a little bit, steadily. And of course, this is not just any mundane liquid. It starts to burn more and more and more.
Double time now, Revire. If this is starting to burn me, it's definitely going to hurt you.
Yeah, you're resistant to acid, so not as bad as what it is for Revire. But yeah, Revire sort of just like sort of grimacing at this, and of course is going to start sprinting through it. Fortunately, as she does that, it's starting to splash and kick up flecks of it, And yeah, she's gonna start like sprinting around the corner. Let me just find where you guys are.
I will do my best to keep up, but she is faster than I am.
Yep, my Foundry done it again. Cool.
I mean, whilst you're at it and resetting, do you mind changing the background image to background color to black?
Oh, is it really white?
It's very grey.
Oh, great. Yeah, okay, sure. If you
Doesn't
zoom
see
in
colors.
there. Alright, I'm back out. Yeah, you should be able to rejoin again. Okay. Where were we?
I'm having a problem rejoining.
Yeah, ditto.
Go to a quick break if we need.
I'm just gonna jump on over here. Ladies and gentlemen, we appear to be having some technical difficulties. Be sure to join us in 5 minutes. In the meantime, please enjoy this unduly epic background track.
Alrighty, we are back. Sorry about the difficulties. Thanks for being patient. Now, as I was saying, yes, Ignite and Revire, you're rushing through this acid-laden tunnel, and the first step you take is a nasty one. It is, I'm going to say for you, Ignite is just a single point of acid damage, and Revire takes 2. And Revire is also leading the way as best she can. And you can hear the splashing ahead of you as well, trying to follow her footsteps. But as you're going, there are these sinewy parts underneath your feet that you're occasionally stumbling in and tripping over. And I'd just like you to make me either athletics or acrobatics, your choice, to sort of push through some of this. Oh, God, that's not good. I'm afraid you trip over this kind of long, slender, sinewy section, and you fall into the acid just momentarily, like trip, landing like hands first. A bit of it splashes up onto your face as well for 3 points of acid damage. And I'm going to roll for Revire, but because she can actually see where she's going, I'm going to give her advantage. That's still bad.
Aren't we running to the hammer?
Yeah, you can do if you want, if that's where you want to go. Yep, sure. In that case, you would get to it right at this point. As you kind of like, you can see Revire like picking you up, hoisting you to your feet. This is it. This is the thing. She kind of like knocks on it with the end of her scabbard, and you find some like dry ground, but it's steep and it's slippery as well. As you try to like climb up onto it, it's not enough that you can walk on, but it's enough that you can maybe just hold on to, or even just step on top of this huge warhammer. It is the size of like a giant's weapon, and it doesn't seem to have decayed any more than you would expect being an acid. It's actually quite clean, actually, in fact. It's like devoid of any... Yeah, it's huge, yeah.
Can I history or arcana to see if I recognize the forge or the craftsmanship?
Yeah, okay. I would say you could, but you'd still need a light source. Damn. Let's see if
I mean, going by touch and feel, I'm assuming Mage Hand does not create any light.
I'm afraid it doesn't, no. But you can feel around and try to sort of get a feel.
Too bad that flame tongue sword isn't attuned.
I still have it. I just didn't think that it would be appropriate to be able to engage it, since I'm not well, I'm attuned to it. I'm just not. It's not my packed weapon. So it's just hanging out on my hip, so I could use that to line up.
Okay. Yeah. You can use your bonus action to say the command word. Which, by the way, do you remember what that was?
It was fire in a language I forget. Then I've lost my note for it somewhere in the chaos that is my room.
Damn. All right. Well, either way, you ignite the sword, lighting the kind of dim, 15-foot radius.
Yeah.
And you can see the workmanship on this hammer is exquisite. It is clearly fit for a powerful, renowned warrior. But that's also a troubling thought, to know that if a warrior had wielded it, he would likely not leave it behind, meaning the Bachelor has even bested giants. But you can give me an investigation or even a history check. Okay. Yeah, this was wielded likely by a powerful, called not Dao, not Jin. What are they called? Afriti, that's the one.
Pretty.
An Afriti. And you can even see that one side of the hammer seems to be slightly more like burnt than the other, like scorched maybe. Looks like they may have even used this to forge weapons as well as wield in battle.
Is it? And again, just crazy ideas. Is it
Oh yeah.
reasonable to assume that because this does it look magical?
First
Given it
glance,
hasn't decayed.
yeah, at first glance, no, but the fact that it hasn't decayed from all this acid kind of leads you to believe that it must be made of at least a very hardy and resilient metal. But metal doesn't really decay or it's like get melted away anyway. But if it was magical, you would need someone to either detect it, identify it.
I mean, hypothetically, could I? I'm probably this is insane, but could I try and attune to the weapon and see if it would shrink my size?
Goodness me. That'll take an hour. And Revi someone's making use of that. Revire is currently slipping and sliding, trying to avoid the acid at this point. But you could try to if you want.
Right. No, this is a terrible time. I'm assuming it's too heavy to drag.
That's going to be down to your strength.
I don't think my strength of 12 is going to cut it.
Well then, that's rough.
Fine, we'll abandon the cool hammer from the Ifrit, and I'll just keep following Ravaya with the sword held out so I can see for myself.
Okay. That's... I mean... No, that's a stupid suggestion. I was going to say we could
I mean,
like...
it's a little mean, but I get it.
I was going to say we could try and use it as a bridge, but we don't have anything else to walk across. If we had like one thing, we could chuck something ahead of us, then step onto that, then use this, but... Well, maybe we'll find something. Either way, ugh, this stuff, it's everywhere. She tries to leap from this part to here, and she's just going to roll a quick acrobatics check. Oh my god. Sorry, Vi. This is not looking good. She makes the jump no problem. As she lands, it's on a slanted and slippery surface, and she just whoop, slips down, and her feet are submerged again in the acid. Ah. Down to 40.
Isn't this supposed to be your shtick?
This is not my natural environment, if that's what you're saying. Do I look like I've explored the insides of a crocodile? Forests, jungles. Yeah. But this is like the intestinal tract.
Fair. Just, do better. I've seen you do better.
Okay. Yeah. Well, by all means, if you want to lead the way.
Sure. I'll lead the way. I can see now. Do I see a path that does not involve stepping and sliding in a bunch of acid?
There is. There's the kind of little thin bridgeways of sinew and flesh.
Lovely. I will leap over to Ravaya, also trying to avoid the acid, and then make my way along the ridges.
Okay, give me an acrobatics check. And we'll say for the next 60 foot. for the next 60 foot, you're able to nimbly leap across. Now that you've got a light to see where your foot is, you kind of walk and balance along this part. Some of it kind of dips slightly, and that's the point in which you take a nice jump across. And there's even some bits that hang from the ceiling, like almost like a makeshift rope, and you kind of use that to steady your footing along the way. There's another part here that forms like a hole, and you crawl through it. You enter into a small dry tunnel, and then come out again, not 15 foot later, into another section. And as you peer into the distance before you, there is another piece of weaponry ahead. It seems to be a massive shield. It's got steel rivets and a tusk affixed to the front by the looks. And then to your left, you also see there seems to be some sort of like mineral, like a node of ore.
What do I even do for the ore check?
Oh, it'd be some intelligence-based check if you want to recognize it.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious why there's a node of gems in the potentially intestinal tract of the bachelor.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, roll me an intelligence or an investigation if you're proficient.
Gotta level up mining somehow.
There are rocks in here.
That is indeed a rock, but it seems like it didn't digest in the acid, meaning it must be a very hardy material. But God knows how it got here.
Cool. I don't like rocks. Let's keep going.
Understood. Give me another acrobatics check. Or athletics, if you're proficient in that. In fact, I think Ravai is going to try the athletics route. Okay, she did
Well,
better.
now she shames me as I fall and slip.
Mm-hmm. Pretty so. Oh, you only take one. It's not a big deal. You kind of just step in a bit of a puddle, but it's not anything too deep. In fact, you know it's not deep because the shield isn't even submerged in it. But it is sort of like leant to on the ground on this shallow part. And it's not upright, but nor is it flat against the ground. It's almost like it's on top of something.
Can I try and... I'm assuming I can't just peer underneath. I'd have to lift it to be able to see.
Right, yeah, there's this kind of like film, like a skin that's attached to it, like melded to it. Like you get on like the top of like a cheese sauce, you know, like a skin forms on the top.
Can I use the flame tongue sword to kind of try and like burn away the attached flesh?
Yes, you can. But as soon as you do that, I'd like you to roll initiative. As soon as you burn away the edges of it, you start to see it like wobble and pop, and bubbles start rising to the surface of the acid, and it starts to almost pull itself together and emerge. And it forms into this lurching, almost like a hand coming towards you. This sickly acid has become animate.
Cool.
Let's see what we get here. Get on the turn of that.
Rai's gonna fuck it up.
Oh god, or have I? And lastly, this creature. Oh, natural 20. Well, that does make sense, doesn't it? You're the one kind of being surprised by it. So the creature begins to lurch forward, bubbling and splashing towards you. It takes an attack with its pseudopod. And I'm not meaning to be revived. I meaning to be that. There we go. Actually, give me a hot minute. Okay, cool. We're good. Oh boy. Yep,
I'm assuming it didn't have that properly.
it didn't have what problem?
Oh, maybe it did, because I only took 17 points of damage, which is actually right. So never mind. It had it. I didn't know if it was going to have it based on my resistances. It's nice that it does that.
Yeah, that looks like it's worked, right? Because it would have been 28, and it's halved the acid down to 11.
Yep. I would like to roar at this thing and stretch out a finger and cast hellish rebuke.
Okay. Shit, that's gonna happen immediately. It's as a reaction, isn't it? Yeah. Wisdom. Yep, it fails. Oh, sorry, Dex, my bad. Okay, it would fail even harder. It's fine. I would take the roll, but it's failed nonetheless. And it's gonna take fiery damage.
It's being weird. It's saying I have no 4th level slot, so hold on, let me fix this.
Nobody makes Ignir burn acid.
That is a terrible roll.
I've seen worse. Fire damage, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, it is effective. You see the creature is burning up and is boiling. Like you see the bubbles that were inside of it multiply, and it's just like you see even steam rising from it as the creature is clearly like evaporating slightly. The creature after that doesn't do anything. I guess it just tries to move towards you, and its amorphous form warps around the ground. The shield starts to sink into the ground and into the acid, and it's formed almost like a pool around your feet. It's your go.
I am going to take 2 swipes at it with the Flame Tongue Longsword, because it's currently out and ignited.
Go for
Actually,
it.
first I'm going to cast Hexblade's Curse on it with my bonus action.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take 2 swipes at it. Though, because the Flame Tongue Longsword is not my packed weapon currently, I need to adjust it real quick.
No problem. Whilst you do that, Revile's going to roll an intelligence check. Yep, no, that's definitely a rock. Sorry, yeah, I was distracted. Oh, well.
Does an intestinal tract count as a swamp? So it's technically her favorite terrain.
No, we went over there. And it definitely does not. 15's a hit. And yeah.
Yeah, this with the first, and then it'll deal an additional 3 points of damage from the Hexblade's Curse.
Gotcha. Okay. The creature, as you cut into it, starts to splash acid back. And you take another 1 point. You could mark that one down yourself, actually.
Done.
Okay, and it took a lot of damage there. Still, it is intact, bubbling and boiling still. Rafia's go, and she's going to see those splashes, think twice about maybe getting in combo with it. She tries to pull herself up to higher ground and finds a footing in these kind of sinewy holes and takes a shot with the longbow. She's got
So she has 3 attacks, yeah.
I roll all 3? Yeah. And all 3 of those hit. Creature doesn't seem to do very well at dodging. The arrows sink in. And although it's
then
like,
1 extra d8 of damage for Dread Ambusher.
Thanks. Extra 4. And although this creature doesn't have any flesh and vital organs, it does seem like each shot, it makes it shudder and wobble like a mountain of jelly about to collapse or maybe even implode. They are definitely effective. We're back to this creature's go. And it's still shuddering and boiling. It's pulling itself out from underneath the shield. And pushes its way up. And it has no issues doing this over the kind of slippery, slidey surface. And let's see what it does here. Yeah, let's go for a pseudopod attack again. Oh god, what's going on, Revi, this time? Seeing that you're quite resilient, well, it doesn't see, but maybe it just senses that you're quite resilient to its acidic attacks. It's having a hard time digesting you. Instead, this next attack goes straight towards Revi. See if it can fare better. Yeah, that's a fine hit. You see this large pseudopod reach out, and as Revi tries to dodge out of the way, another appendage sort of shoots off from the side of it, throwing an arm, and then slapping across Revi, getting 4 points of bludgeoning. And as that bruise wears off, you see the acid just burning away at her skin. She's still alive, though. Your turn, Ignia.
Okay, I'm just going to move behind it and swipe at it 2 more times.
Okay. Believe it or not, that 10 is still a hit. That's some damage on the first one as well. Whew. Do you roll max? Yeah, okay. Oh wow. The creature is bubbling and struggling to stay up in one piece. As you slash into it, almost splits into pieces, but it forms up again. In fact, you are slashing it. Yeah, you are. About to do this. All right. The next strike that hits it splits it into pieces, chunks. They're smaller than the original form, of course. Actually, let's reduce it first. There we go. I'll do that. Paste that. There we go. So yeah, you've sliced it into 2 pieces now, and you're not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but that's what you're dealing with now. The burning is also sizzling it away, and it is almost evaporated, but these 2 blobs have now turned on you. Refire's got to go though. Oh, and you hit it twice, so you take another 2d8, which is a minor 2 for you, so you're still standing. Ravana.
Does that count as it dying?
No, it counts as it splitting.
Yeah, where does Hexblade's Curse go on it?
That's a good question. I'm gonna say it's the one.
Both of them.
Yeah, I mean, what? It's splits into 2 new. Oh, the 2 new ones. So if anything, yes, you did. It does count as dying. But these new creatures don't have the Hexblade on them.
Okay, that's fine. I just heal, which is the nicer part.
Yeah, you get the heal. Okay. Revi is going to have to fight in the corner here or risk an attack of opportunity. So she will pull out Colin. It's a hit. Oh, it's so close.
Is she flanking?
It's not about the flanking damage. She's like 1 point off from killing it.
Oh, I see.
It's so close, but that's not going to be an issue. She can still kill it on the next swing. The real issue is that 6 acid splashes onto her. It's more damage her way. So the next swing comes around with... Oh, we'll do it with Colin again. Yep, that finishes it off. Slicing it into even smaller chunks. These ones are the size of like bits of spit on the ground, and stabbing into them finishes this blob off. But Ravaya is caught again by the last spout, taking one. Okay, that's not so sad. We're back to the top of the round. And guess what? I think I've cracked. This time I can change the scene, but I can't. Weird. Is this wrong? It's even still doing wrong. I can't move the map, but I'm doing wrong. That come up, by the way.
Oh god.
You critically hit Ignir.
Lovely.
That was just a test, though.
Yeah, no, you didn't mean that because if you
Also,
did,
he's got his adamantine armor.
That's true. So nullifying that entirely. You're lucky. The adamantine is quite resilient.
So I remove 10 points?
Yes. Plus 4 from the bludgeoning. So, yes, 10 points, yeah, in total. Where does that leave you? Because
I'm at 18.
Alright, nice. The blob has like climbed up on top of your leg, and as it like shoots upwards, it tries to clip you underneath the chin with its pseudopod, and your adamantine armor just blocks it in time. It's your turn, but yeah, I think I'm good now.
Okay. I don't like this thing.
No.
Does it look like it's about to fall apart?
This one, yes, but depends what you do when you cut it.
Well, I know I'm going to take a little bit of acid, but my best chance is just slicing it into pieces. So I'm just going to slice it into pieces with the flame tongue sword.
Okay.
I think I'm lagging because everything just froze up, but it did show me that it hit really hard.
It did. And it was enough to kill it. As you slice through it, it splits into 2 more little tinier blobs. And let me just slap you with some acid damage as well. You take 3 points of acid, down to 15. There you go. This last blob has split into even tinier chunks. But they don't seem to be that threatening. They don't even seem to be able to like reach you, sort of wobbling around on the floor. One of them rolls down, in fact, like slips from the impact. Yeah, you still have another attack if you wanted to do anything with it.
Yeah, I'm just reloading because it was
Okay.
throwing me some issues. I will attack it, the other one again, or one of the little ones again. It's a slow reload.
Okay.
So when they split, they still did the same amount of damage? That's rough.
No, I actually just minimized it down to a D4, but because that does make more sense. I think raw they do, but
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Which is why you wouldn't want to
Terrifying.
normally slash. Yeah, it's terrifying because you wouldn't want to normally slash it. Splitting it is doubling its damage output. But that was my bad for forgetting that on the first round. So
It was waking up still.
Yeah, it's probably that. I'm going to say, though, with the next attack, you're probably going to get it. As long as you roll above it. There you go. Cool. That finishes it off. The last little slime is so tiny, it doesn't even seem to pose a threat to you guys. But you did take
It's a
one more
threat.
point. One final point of acid. So you're down to 14. But nonetheless, that's going to end combat there, unless you do want to stab that thing.
I will definitely call to revive. Like,
Shoot
just
it?
put it down. Don't get near it. Just shoot it. But let's
Yep.
get rid of these things.
Yeah, she's kind of wincing, and one eye is closed, where a bit of it maybe even got in her eye, which is the most painful thing you can imagine. She aims and fires a shot, Ugh. What the? It's still alive. It starts to wiggle away with an arrow stuck in it, and she puts another one in for good measure. And at that point, it sort of bursts like, and becomes a stain on the shield. Ugh. It's dead. It's dead.
So, how you feeling, Revia? Because I feel like crap.
I am burnt out.
Maybe we can take a short rest by this shield.
Ugh. I want to say yes, but also this place is revolting, and if I see another one of those things, well,
Right. Yep. Carry on.
I mean, it does serve as a little. She kind of like tests the sturdiness of the shield, and she's like, actually, kind of does serve as a almost like a raft. Kind of like lands her boot on it, like, boom, boom, and it's not falling apart. You're resistant to acid. You could push this. That way, only one of us has to worry about trudging through.
That is a terrible idea.
Ugh.
Revia might cure wounds somebody a little bit.
That's a good idea. She's got spell slots to share. Should we do 2? 1 for me, 1 for you. Oop. Not much. Oh god, minimum. It's almost as if the wounds are still slightly burning, and it's trying to wrestle against the damage that's still being dealt against. Yeah, so she goes to 20. Oops. And you gain 4. Yeah.
Cool.
Yep. Those wounds are fresh, and it's normally like a stab wound or something I can close up. But it's like your flesh is still burning quicker than the healing. Scales, sorry. She starts to look around and in the distance spots whatever the hell that is. It looks like a quiver? Or like a horn?
I guess we're going.
Kind of like looks over it just for a moment. It's, you know what? Kind of long enough. I'm gonna give it a go. Hold on. She comes back over to the shield and she turns it over so that its handle is face up and the front of the shield is face down, and she kind of jumps on top of it, and it does wobble slightly as if it's a float, and she uses this large kind of like, I still can't figure out what it is. It looks like a horn to me, so it'd be hollow.
Maybe like a vambrace or like armor for your shin or wrist.
Yeah, it could be that. Actually, that makes now sense. That's why there's leather straps on it. Either way, it's quite a long piece, and she's got it clasped in both hands, and she pushes it into the acid pool. It does reach down far enough. She does have to kind of squat though, and as she pushes off, you see the shield kind of skirt forward, sludge over a bit of a lip, and then into a deeper portion of the acid. Ah, there. It actually is a raft.
Well, this is an interesting development. I guess I will gingerly make my way onto the shield raft.
It's safe.
And if nothing else happens, I will start to focus on the shield.
Oh, to attune to it. You really want
mean, why not? It's obviously magical. If nothing happens for an hour, we'll see what happens.
That's very true. If it was wood, it would have indeed melted away. Okay, you begin traversing the river of acid, and as you do that, we're going to jump to Jason, who has been casting a spell. Have you been doing the tiny hut as you wanted, or was that?
No. Last I left off, I responded to Carrick's sending spell, and I was still trying to figure out what to do with the big invisible leathery dome.
Right. Okay, then. Back to this map. Okay, that's why I now remember what I was going to do. So, the fact that you've kind of come into the room, you've stabbed the wall, and you've been concentrating on talking back to Carrick in your mind.
It's
At this
more of a
point,
prod.
yeah. Regardless, it seems it's enough time that the crocodiles have lost interest in Rufus, and some of their heads turn and hiss. And they begin crawling down towards you. What do? You have but a moment before these 8 crocodiles descend the walls.
I take a few steps back and I ready my blade song. Because I'm still unconvinced whether they can get through this wall or not.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by that? Like, the crocodiles are coming down the wall, and you're inside that dome, right?
Oh, I didn't realise I was inside the dome. I thought I hadn't got through it yet.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. I thought when you walked in, you turned around to where the tunnel's wall was and started, like...
I pressed it with my hand to see if I could get through it, but I don't remember getting a yay or an A as to whether or not I could walk through it.
Well, Rufus flew through, so there would be nothing obstructing you.
Okay,
but...
in which case, yeah, I'm inside the dome.
Okay, you're only on the just at the entrance by the dock, and as you kind of adjust your footing and get ready, it sends a slight ripple across the lake.
How deep is said lake?
It's deep enough that a paddle boat can make it across, else there wouldn't be one sat.
Right.
Alright.
These crocodiles, aside from the fact that you seem to be talking with echolocation, does there seem to be anything magical about them? Like any runes? Do any of them look like they're about to spit lightning at me or something?
They have some wall climbing, which is very unusual for a crocodile.
Yeah.
They're also making strange sounds. Other than that, they don't have glittering runes or anything like that. They look like normal crocodiles, but they clearly are not.
Okay. What's the distance between the shore and the island?
That is about 40 foot.
40 foot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's shallow and then gets deeper, about 10 foot on either side, right? Actually, on the docks, on the stupa side, there's just a little stone dock. But here it kind of has a bank where you're standing in the reeds.
And how big's the bank? I'm trying to figure if it's better me trying to cross the river, which don't really want to be caught in the river when 8 crocodiles descend on me, or if it's better to just sort of try and fend them off here.
There's a small island in the center where you probably have more room there than you do here, but that might be to your advantage if you wanted to try and bottleneck them in the tunnel.
Oh yeah, definitely bottleneck them in the tunnel. That's an option.
Okay, that's a possibility. They start to approach, and let's roll initiative for you. First of all, actually, drag a token on. Yes, in. Crocodile. Okay. So they're going to be piling in to the bottleneck. I'm going to put you down here at the very bottom. They can only get 2 side by side. So, and they've crawled almost down to the bottom now, so they're just going to be rushing towards you. So let's just go here, and bam. And I'm going to say there's 4 on one side, 4 on the other. And they're spaced about 30 feet from one another. And 2 of them are up first.
Okay, can we draw like a vague outline of the sort of tunnel I'm in? Because I thought I'm a little confused as to the outline. A little confused as to the layout of the place.
Alrighty.
I thought I was moving into a choke point, but I'm surrounded.
No, you're not surrounded. But they're coming down the walls to get to you, so they have to sort of fan towards you anyway.
Okay.
And you're at the entrance of said tunnel. So you know what? Let me. I do have a map. Let's drag you to this. Let's drag you to it. Come on.
Salamander crocodiles.
Wait. Actually, I don't want to drag you to that one. I just want you to... and... feel. 1 second. I got a better idea. I'm going to bring the map to you. That way I don't lose the initiative. I'm a genius. But also, maybe I should have had this prepped earlier. Half genius. Anyway. Alright. Maybe that small. And go to there. Okay. Go around. Here you go. And there you go. And it's got hexes too. Alright. This is where you're kind of standing. At the bottleneck, right? Everything else beyond that is open.
I don't see an image if that's what I'm supposed to be on.
Yeah, you back on the map with the stupor, yeah?
Yeah, I'm in a... I'm
Okay.
off the side of the map. In like a
Should be over here.
void. No, I'm
I saw the like fleshy area for a second, and then it
down.
was gone.
This way.
What the heck? How did you get down there? Oh, your token.
He's loose.
How did you get there? Yeah, honestly, I don't have a clue how you got down there. Your token should be directly in the center. Oh yeah, you're reloading. I see.
Okay, there you go. Yes,
Okay.
I'm in this lovely intestine.
Yep. Perfect.
Come.
So you've got plenty of maneuverability to go back, and the first crocodile is going to immediately rush towards you. Your blade song is active now, and yeah, because you were holding it, right?
Yes.
Cool. Oops, not that crocodile. Oh, it is that crocodile. It's not. Oh, yeah. Okay, it leaps towards you and takes a chunk, but that's going to miss.
Got a crocodile mounting me.
That's a target
No,
icon.
gotcha.
I've also changed that because being colorblind, it's a struggle seeing which color represents which of you.
That makes
Like,
sense.
So instead, you now have a little icon telling you crocodile targeting you.
That's
So,
smart.
anyway, that's its go over. Next crocodile comes rushing towards you. Like I say, they can really only get 2 attacks in side by side. Other than that, they're going to be stuffed.
So this
So-
kind of crocodile.
Alright, another one misses. It's your go, Jason.
Okay,
6
boys.
more of them approach.
Kind of sorry about this. I cast Blur
Uh-huh.
as my action. This looks blurry. Then bonus action. Which I can do as a bonus action. Yeah, that's about me. So.
Alright. No problem. I'm going to do that. Okay. I was going to rush in. It's scrambling towards you. And it does something that's a little unexpected. But it's going to work because of what I said earlier. It crawls across the roof of these crocodiles. And this one now, being on the ceiling, it actually has a chance to maybe get to you. But it's going to be disadvantaged now, so... Yeah, that's not going to hit. Next one. Where is he? There he is. This one's going to do the same. So now you've got 2 on the bottom, like right next to each other, and 2 above you. But that fills the entire corridor at this point. The last bite. And of course, well, that works. Easily able to parry away all of these jaws one by one. That is no chance of getting to you. The rest of these crocodiles begin piling, dog piling, but croc piling.
Okay,
There's
boys,
all
one
of
at a
them down.
time.
They might as well be a swarm token at this point. So your turn. Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm talking about. I get another.
AOE.
They're asking for it. Just look at the way they're dressed.
This has to be a trap.
A miss and a miss. Okay, your turn.
Okie dokie. Let's see if I can make my life a little easier here. Oh, but which one? I'm not going to go burning another 4th level spell slot. Oh, nice, I can protect, that's good. So, stick with the classic.
That is a failure for all of them. It looked like it rolled just one of the crocodile saves. It didn't
Yeah,
want to do all, which is
I can't see what they rolled, but
okay. It says one roll for all of them. That was a 15. Bad luck for them. So, you know what? Saves me time because these crocs are going to get roasted no matter what. Even if they pass, taking 13 is going to bring them down to death. Okay. Let's get rid of these. I said they were in 2, so I'm going to do just one other deck. So.
my turn.
It will be. There's nothing left. Come on, roll a deck save, Mythical. Come on. Yep, that's it. All of them roasted instantly. So yes, it is your turn. There are no more crocodiles. You have literally set them all ablaze. And
Sorry, chaps.
Justin, as you do this, you also feel a burning sensation on yourself. Your memory flashes back to the moment a fireball hit you almost reduced your body to ash. You remember nothing more than charcoal flesh laying in that crater. It's like you're seeing it as a third person, but then that image quickly flashes away, and now you just see the half a dozen bodies floating in the waters. The smell of cooked lizard.
Sorry about that, boys. Now, what am I talking about? I doubt any of you would have apologized if you had to eat me. Let's check out this stupor.
Okay. The stupor ahead of you is...
just have Rufus fly a quick 180 to just make sure that I'm not going to walk into the bigger crocodile.
Okay. Give me a perception check, but just flat, because you can't see beneath the surface of the water, but they can look out for ripples of something unseen.
Foundry's having a... I think you've got a few like module clashes or something.
Why? Is there something weird?
Everyone's Foundry is just running a little bit clunky today, even mine.
Okay. I quickly reloaded. That looked
That
like
is a dirty 20.
Okay. There doesn't appear to be. If there was something bigger, you imagine it would already have struck with the other beasts. But maybe the Bachelor is the only dominant crocodile. And anything that dared to attempt threaten his reign may have already been defeated long ago. These crocodiles did not put up much of a fight. You imagine the Bachelor is one who would not one who would not go down so easily.
Well, I don't want to be responsible for the extermination of an entire species of Feywild, of Shadowfell creatures, but well, they would have been the extinction of me. So, let's have a look at this guy's key navel.
Okay. It is a keyhole within the navel of a warrior. And I guess, let me just drag you back to the door again, so you can get a good look at it. It's kind of got this feathered headdress, a spear in one hand, a shield in the other. There's depictions of crocodiles at the base of the bronze door.
Have I seen any imagery of, his name eludes me, the person who became the Bachelor?
Fin Sing Fung.
That sounds about right.
Correct.
Does this seem similar to any of that iconography?
The tattoos the tattoos on the bare-chested warrior do seem to bear some resemblance to the gleaming fins. There's kind of like these waves and ripples. That's the kind of iconography you're getting. And they have the same spear design as the guards that were in the village.
Okay.
But as for a name, there doesn't seem to be any carved here.
So, long shot, I know, but it seems to me that there seems to be some kind of like motion implied in this image. I think, or am I overthinking this? No, I think it's just the way the illustration is. I thought like his knee here looked like it was kind of bending outwards and then snapping in, but no.
There is one more thing you do notice as you're looking at it. And there is a bird depicted. And it looks like the warrior is actually looking up to it. Or just, meeting almost eye contact with it.
Okay.
And the bird is... Go on.
No.
Well, the bird is like perched, so it doesn't seem to have like its wings spread. But if you want to give me a nature check to try and identify what kind of bird that is, you're more than welcome.
Certainly. And I'd like to look. Nope, it's a toucan or a banana bird. Some kind of chicken, perhaps.
The bird looks familiar, like it's one you've seen recently. You can't put your finger on it.
It's a winged tapir. I'd like to look around this chamber for any sign of like bird carving.
Okay. You check the stupa for any more carvings, and this seems to be the most prominent one. The other designs seem to show crocodiles with yawning mouths. And as you look around the area beyond that, around the island, the lake beyond that, and you just see a distant lake, more and more reeds. Kind of gets more dense the further out. It's almost like this is the eye of the storm in a sea of fields, a sea of reeds. But no iconography of a bird anywhere else.
Okay.
But it seems to hold significance if the warrior is looking at them. But
does the bird thingy come off the door?
It seems like firmly melded to the door, like it's all one piece of metal.
I whistle like a bird.
Huh. Okay, that's interesting. Then I'll roll something for you.
If you're a bird, I'm a bird.
But I'm not whistling into the hole. I know.
Okay, that's...
door.
Sorry?
Don't worry.
Okay. You whistle, and it's loud in here, despite it being, well, quite open air. But you reckon it's probably because it's not really, it's actually inside, but it's made to like be an illusion, like I said earlier, a mirage arcana effect, where it's making you believe something, and if you interacted with it, it might feel real, but there's something not quite right. Regardless, the whistle almost echoes in here. It bounces around and reverberates, and you can hear your whistle, this kind of staccato effect, and it echoes down the tunnel that you came from as well. It reaches even to there. And a moment later, you hear the whistle come back, but it's not the same. It sounds more like a laughter, but it is a bird-like call nonetheless. I'll do my best impression. It's like a
Oh, is it one of those dentist birds?
What?
They've got like a symbiotic relationship with crocodiles. Crocodiles will pull up on a riverbank, open their mouth, and these guys will hop inside their mouths and peck away at parasites and other grit caught in their teeth.
Maybe.
It wasn't before, but it is now. I mimic the bird call that.
Okay. You do so, and the bird you're thinking of, by the way, is an Egyptian plover, apparently. But yeah, they're from Egypt. So the bird call is clearer this time, and it's almost as if it got closer, like down the tunnel. And this time you hear a voice as well afterwards. After you hear a voice go, "You won't get in there. Good luck."
I turn. I sit cross-legged. Like at the foot of the steps. And I'd like to go about making a cup of tea. Get out my little kettle, light a fire. I say, what makes you think I want to get in there?
You were looking at the keyhole.
Just thought it was an interesting place to put a keyhole.
It laughs.
Would you like a cup of tea?
I've learned to not trust outsiders.
You're the first thing in here that hasn't tried to eat me, so...
Eat you? Ugh. What do you take me for?
Well, the first thing I've come across in quite some time who's been willing to sit and maybe have a cup of tea. I was going to ask those crocodiles, but, well, they didn't quite seem the type.
You'll find I am not like those other barbaric creatures.
That was my thinking as well. That's why I'm inviting you to a cup of tea.
Aww. Tempting. I would say yes, but I'm not comfortable in this room.
Whilst this is going on, I'd like to have Rufus try and locate this thing. Like,
Okay.
mentally.
Alright, sure. He says, but perhaps you would like to come to me, my realm. How about the ballroom? Much more luxurious. There's rugs and snacks.
I do like snacks, but I'm not one to just head on over to someone's domicile without knowing them first. Who exactly are you?
Oh, my manners. I am Siku Kurat.
Siku Kurak. Does that name ring any bells?
God, no. No, it does not. This is the first time you've been hearing this name.
Does the etymology of the word sound familiar? Does it sound Choltian or...
Yeah, it does. It sounds very Tiltian. Oop, what? Not that one. Let's try again. Copy. Paste. Sikokurut is friend to those who serve Vang Si Fang.
Ah, now that is interesting. I say, and what does Siku Kurat have against tea?
Nothing but tea in a place like this.
Well, it seems to me that this is exactly the sort of place where someone would want a nice, relaxing cup of tea.
I don't trust this place.
Has Rufus managed to ping him?
Yeah, at this point, Rufus has flown into the tunnel, and you can see something beyond. And I'll give you an image. Where is he? Where's the little bird? Don't do this to me. I know I've got one. Oh, for goodness. Damn you, Foundry. Okay, tell you what, for now, I'll just copy and paste something into the chat. Just for sake of ease. That's why this module's quite useful, quite handy. Where's it gone?
whilst you're digging that up, could I just ask you what the name of the chief was again?
You just heard it. The
Van Sivan and there's Vatu Sivatu.
oh no,
Vatu.
Vatu C Vatu is the chief.
And
Vung
Sivan is
Si
the bachelor.
Vung is the bachelor.
Yeah,
Yes.
so he serves the bachelor.
Correct.
That's why
Yes.
we've run
Yes. Sorry. Yeah. Confused me for a second. Vung Si Vung is the bachelor, and he says that he is friends to those who serve him. But that's going to be interesting how that pans out. Okay, so you see this orange-looking. Now you want to say illusion, but it's almost because there's some sort of smog projecting from it that it makes it look illusionary.
Okay.
But they are there. You can feel their wind being pushed from their wings, and yeah, they have like a little small crown of feathers as well.
And that's down the tunnel away from me?
That's right. Yeah, back the way you came. In fact,
Right. Okay.
there is also a very clear relation to this bird and the one on the brass door.
Gotcha.
And they say, "So, I trust your tea, you trust my path. I shall lead you to the lung."
You know how to get about this place purposefully?
Yes. Sikukurut has been here long time. So boring. Stuck here for many years.
I wonder if Sukukurot would be amenable to a favor.
Funny. You wish for a favor? Or you offering a favor? Want out?
No, not quite out.
Sikukurut knows.
I came here with some companions, you see. We were separated. Turns out this place is quite hard to navigate, which I'm sure you appreciate. I was wondering if you could perhaps lead me to them, and then, with them in tow, I'm sure we would all be happy to go to the lung. Seems as good a place as any.
I lead you, yes. Sikukurut knows the way. She has heard your friends lost in the tunnels. I will take you, but Sikukurut wants to make trade.
A trade?
Hmm.
Do tell.
I want Iniwa Ina's tapestries.
Iniwa Ina's tapestries. Now,
The one with
who
the
is-
demon in it.
who
That's
is-
the wife.
Got ya. Who is in? Ah, no, got ya. Anyway, he was a wife. That's interesting. And what would a little bird like yourself want with a demon?
Demon? Oh. Now I definitely want her tapestries.
Well,
Oops.
this tea's not going to drink itself, and I start drinking one of the cups I've prepared.
Bring tea, bring.
Hey, there's no rushing tea. I've sat down. I'm having myself a break. I know you're in that tunnel. I'll be there in a second, so you can either come and join me, which is probably easier for you because you can fly, or we can continue having this conversation via proxy.
She floats and looks towards Rufus. She's not dumb. She has seen he has been flapping there. And Rufus suddenly smells a fragrant smoke. And I'd like Rufus to make a wisdom saving throw. With disadvantage. because Rufus is a bird.
Rufus is a fae.
Yeah, that's true. But he has a bird-like form in this moment.
That was 1, and then 2, so
Okay.
9.
Rufus suddenly kind of feels this fragrant smoke, and the smell of it is alluring. It's exotic and wondrous, and Rufus is charmed. But the little bird, the orange bird, says, "Well, how about you? Wish to follow me?" Yes, of course. See Kukurut, take you to lungs.
I do summon Rufus.
You don't necessarily know he's been charmed.
I have an advantage on wisdom saving throws against being charmed. So
You do.
would that give me a... And being that I'm telekinetically linked to him?
You don't know he's charmed, I'm going to say.
Okay.
Okay, but if you want to do summon him purely on the basis that Sikukuru is trying to ask Rufus to come with you, then...
I'd tell him not to.
Oh, okay. In that case, then, there is a moment where there is this kind of defiance that you sense in Rufus, and the telepathic link tells you Rufus wants to go with them, and Rufus trusts them, and yeah, you're not necessarily sure they're charmed though. You just sense that Rufus has a trust in this creature,
Okay.
like it's their own kin.
I'd still tell him to not go.
Okay.
There's yet more I can prod
So-
this guy for.
See, Kukuru, you can see, begins to fly down the tunnel and says,
Away from me or towards me?
away from you.
Okay.
And you can hear it saying, as it's echoing down the tunnel, and says, "Bring tapestry to the lung."
How am I supposed
Oh.
to get around to the lungs? I don't know how to navigate this place.
He calls back again and says, "Your friend knows the way now. Just follow this. Follow my scent. Follow my perfume."
And you'll lead me to my friends first?
Your friend is this owl.
No, the others. And I also have another question for you before you go flittering off. You say you serve those who help Vansi Vang. I wonder if the name Vatu Si Vatu means anything to you.
I have heard this name. He also serves Vang Si Vang.
Oh, you're going to want to refresh your sources on that one, I'm afraid, my little bird friend.
How so?
Well, as it turns out, Vatu Si Vatu was, responsible for Vansi Vang's, let's say, all that unfortunate business with his wife, his current state of affairs, and has been... I don't really know what the term for it would be. I would call it a sort of spiritual parasite, ever since, misleading the poor beast.
You hear this high laughter and more of that staccato speech, and they say, "Stupid knife ears, you do not know what Vang Si Vang truly wants, do you? They are torn.
Yes, I've had a lot of that. Part
The
revenge,
man
part...
The man wants one thing, the spirit another. It's hard enough myself as a servant when contradictions come flowing into orders. But you shall soon see what I mean. For now, your friends, I shall guide them to you. your tapestry. Bring it to the lungs.
Okay,
And
well,
then I will lead you to your other friend.
well, I'm going to sit here and have my tea. If you'd be a dear and guide my friends to me.
Okay. A moment later, then, those in the tunnel, Ignir, Revire, that acrid scent begins to transform into a sweet, floral smell. There's this sort of zestiness, and then there's a sweet undertone as well. And you've pushed your way through most of this river now, and the dry land begins apparent in front of you. Revire steps into it, and as she looks down the tunnel, there's this sort of dolly zoom effect where it feels like the tunnel's getting closer, but then it also feels like there's a stretchingness to it. Like it gets closer, but also stretches at the same time. And as that happens, there's a breeze that wafts down with this potent, pungent fragrance, and a small wisp of orange in the distance kind of puffs. And Brevire's like, did you see that? Down here. And
You're far more perceptive than I. I didn't see anything.
okay, then can you hear that? And at this point, there's a high laughter, and it seems distant, but as it echoes away, you hear a voice, and it sounds like Jacin's.
Yeah, I hear that. I guess Jacin's. What does it sound like? It just sounds like his voice.
It does. He sounds like his sort of tone, and there is definitely some speech, but it's a bit too, what's the word, echoed to kind of fully hear the sentence. But as you're kind of getting out of this place and rushing towards it, there is definitely a clearer volume. He says,
Jacin!
you can hear the Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna go, Jacin! Are you alright down there?
Jason, you hear Ignir's voice.
Ignir? Are you a bird?
No, we've been over this. Dragon,
Just
not
checking.
a bird.
Just checking. Where are you?
Making my way towards the sound of your voice with Revire.
Well, I'll get another kettle on. Run out of tea soon enough.
Revire, Ignir, and Jason, you are reunited, but you're 40 feet separated from the stone bank. But you can see Jason is sat cross-legged, pouring some tea, and before you take another step, you see there are roasted bodies of crocodiles strewn around the riverbank.
Oh, don't mind them. They're
Tea and a snack?
They're
Oh, you're the
harmless.
best. I'm just gonna take a leg of crocodile.
Okay. As soon as you lift the crocodile and bite into it, you suddenly see the jaw yawns open, and all of its teeth fall out. There's this plopping and splashing sound as all of them just fall into the river.
And I stop biting it.
Did the teeth fall out because the thing was so beaten up, or does it look like this is decomposing or something?
The body is roasted, but it's not decomposed. It looked as if, as soon as Ignir grabbed it and its mouth opened, that's how it happened. It was definitely an odd sensation, but it wasn't because you had totally obliterated it.
Oh. Keep hold of some of those teeth. You never know, it might come in useful.
Ooh, interesting.
Sure. I'll collect some of the teeth.
Okay.
The bones in other places have been, harmful to this thing. Who knows? Maybe it doesn't like teeth too.
Sure.
I'd offer you some lemon, but unfortunately I'm fresh out.
It's okay. We've got a lemon right here.
And as for now, I think that's a good time to actually have a cup of tea and go for a quick break. So we'll be right back, and we'll see if Carrick can figure out what the hell this pile of pebbles is and who those feminine arms belong to. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Okay. The group have mostly united, except for Carrick, who's found himself in a rather unusual chamber. And Carrick, I'm just going to drag you to it now.
Ooh.
So, this room has these 4 bone-dead trees. There's this convex ceiling with a hatch. And just a moment before, you saw these arms, slender, feminine, reach down and pick one of the pebbles from the massive pile in the center. And as they reach back up, the hatch closes once again. And you're left alone in this room.
Does it seem... Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll approach the...
Okay. The pile. So as you approach, you see the pebbles on the very outside, like the outskirts near the perimeter of it, into wobble one way, then it rolls head over head, and then stops and wobbles.
Oh
there.
no! What, like it's another? Is it the same kind of pebbles that the stone golem?
It absolutely is. And as you start to fear that, you see out of the pile, a hand forms out of sheer rock. Each of them seem to have like 4 fingers. A head begins to emerge. And the sound of 1,000 pebbles rolling and conjoining appears before you.
I'm gonna shout out towards the hatch that I'm not here to do any harm. I'm just trying to find my way.
As you say that, the 2 golems have just lurched towards you. And yeah, there are 2 of them. Should be able to see this now. Oops, did it not? I didn't pull you to the map, damn it. Alright, damn. My bad. Will work now, though.
I mean, you say that.
It should have worked. Pulled you to the scene. There we go. Clicking the button. Works the second time. God damn it. Okay. So, Carrick, I'm going to have you roll initiative. As you shout this, your voice just seems to bounce off the top of the hatch. And these 2 golems push and pull themselves out of the pile. They are legless. Their sort of body is conjoined with the pile itself, but their arms seem to be long and powerful enough that they might be able to even reach you from here. But we'll see. Let's see what they get. They're not very fast. Oh god. You're even slower though. Jeez. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man, Carrick. That is a rough roll for this scenario right here. So go with this.
Come out. They're coming out of the big pile.
Yes, 2 of them, side by side. And the first one rushes towards you, but its form is just in the actual pile, and the pile kind of sloughs down towards you. At this point, 2 heavy fists crush down on top of you. And at this point, you only wish you had Horn still by your side. 15 points of bludgeoning damage. It feels like a mountain just landed on you. And straight after that, another heavy fist. This time, a landslide on top of said mountain. You take another 20 points of bludgeoning. The other one begins. Sorry, you're back. Welcome back. Carrot, the other one begins to move around as well. This one takes some time kind of veering around the room, but as it gets to about here, I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw. That's a pass. Okay. It's the same effect that Ravaya felt. Your body gets heavy. Your feet feel like slabs of stone. As you try to move them, you feel yourself. This is not a physical effect. You look down, you realize your arms, your legs, they're not turning into stone, and you shake it off. It's some sort of mental assault, and it's just in time because this creature is about to raise both fists in the air, and it's your turn, right up against you. What do you do?
This is bad. Okay. I will. Will
Sorry?
Sanctuary. I'll cast Sanctuary on myself as a bonus action.
Okay. That might actually save your life. We'll see. Okay. And what else is an action?
As an action, you said that. I mean, I can still go back down the way I came, right?
Yes. There's no doorway or anything like that. It's just,
yeah,
just an open arch into that tunnel. But there is a ton of glowing bugs.
Well, I don't think those hurt me.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I am going to disengage as an action.
Yep.
Does it seem like they're both right on me right now?
Mm-hmm. They are.
I'm gonna run up the tower. Try to get up to the tower. Can I scramble up to try to get to the hatch?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Then give me either an athletics or acrobatics to get to the top of the pile. Because as you're actively climbing it, you feel it move and shift around. It's not a solid pile. These are all pebbles. Like, oh wow, that's actually really good for Garrick. Nice.
Me.
At the moment you kind of get up, you feel an arm reach up beneath your foot, and it starts to form into like a hand. And as it goes to grip around you, you use the momentum of it rising to kick off and like jump up higher. And then another hand begins to merge out, and perhaps even the form of a head. And you use that as a handhold and actually lift off, pulling yourself over. And again, managing to climb all the way to the top. You've got about a 5-foot gap from the hatch, from where you're standing.
I mean, can I, is there any handle, or does it look like there?
Not apparent on this side, no. The hatch seems to be completely sealed. It's a circular brass hatch.
Carrick will take the small pebble that he's got and knock it on the hatch and say that I've got a very special one here for you.
Nice. Okay. You hear the ping ping as like the sound of metal, and it does seem to echo upwards. Okay. Roll this. 11. Oh, going by the turn order. That is
Wisdom save.
after one of them, but before the other. So one of these is going to get one last attempt to
Do they have to
Oh, they
roll
do. Yeah.
acrobatics to get up?
They are the pile.
Okay,
So
got it.
as this one dives in, you see its form just sort of glide upwards towards you like an escalator. And when it reaches the top, it makes a wisdom save. And fails, wasting its attack. It physically can't do anything, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
A creature within range against an attack.
Must choose a new attack or lose the attack or spell. So it doesn't have to hit anybody else, but
No, it doesn't. Okay, well then it loses that attack.
it could hit itself if it wanted to.
It could. Is that one attack, or can it do another attack as well? Can it try again? Because it's
Yes.
got 2 attacks.
Until the spell ends, any who targets the water creature with an attack or helmet must first make wisdom save. On a failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell. So yeah, I guess
Okay.
for every attack.
Yeah, I guess if you've got multiple attacks. Well, don't worry. Either
Yeah.
way, this creature freezes in place and just stares at you with these cold and motionless eyes. And as this second golem begins to merge around the other side, gliding up towards you to your full height, and you feel completely flanked, completely surrounded in this moment. And then suddenly the hatch opens up, and it almost knocks your head, Gary. You kind of duck underneath it just in time, and a hand reaches out, and you're holding the pebble, aren't you?
Mhm.
So there's this moment where your hand is clasped by this feminine hand. It's this soft skin, but it's cold to the touch, and you see it's reaching out to the pebble that you've just rose up, and as it grabs onto you, what do you do? I'll say you've got like a reaction here to do something. 'Cause
Do I just see hands still, or can I see up into with this glowing pebble? Do I see up into the hatch still?
you look.
Like a face,
so-
or
Yeah, you can look up as you realize your hand is being clasped. Your attention is pulled upwards from the golems, and you see a woman who has a very kind of sad-looking expression on their face, but they are wearing an immaculate-looking gown of silks, all of them embroidered in different colors, and she is in some sort of like hut. And on the walls of said hut, you can see just past her, there are these beautiful tapestries woven.
yeah. So would I kind of infer that this is the weaver, the bride of?
Could be. But
Yeah,
she
I'm
looks.
gonna say
Hold on. Go on.
I took this from you when you gave me the tapestry by the river, but I'd like to return it in exchange for a little sanctuary.
Her sad expression turns to one of recognition. She kind of gasps momentarily, and she's pulling on the pebble, trying to lift the pebble out, because with it being within your grasp, she's almost like it's feeling like she's pulling you up. And the golem that's about to slam into you, she says, "Wait! Stop!" And the golem freezes, and the fist that was about to smash into you crumbles into pebbles. Both, in fact, turn back into their pile-like form before. They scatter to the floor. You're the one who broke the curse. She starts to lift you up. Do you try to pull yourself up as well?
Yeah.
Okay. You are hoisted up. Here, let me help you. And yeah, You're pulled up and into this room. The hatch is closed behind you as well. And as you look around, once again, these beautiful tapestries adorn the wall. There is a large weaving station where you can see she's got all these different textiles and threads and in a myriad of different colors.
As I kind of like get up there and we break contact, I'll make sure that I give her that pebble and just give a little sparkle with some prestidigitation.
Okay.
As promised.
You returned. Where have you come from? You're not from the Gleaming Fins. I don't recognize your race. You're not an elf, are you?
No, although I would love to speak like though I'm from Limbo. It's a plane between kind of the places in between, much like it seems this place is. But more recently, I've been in Chult.
Limbo.
Favoring.
This place is a limbo of sorts as well. You're hurt. She notices the bruises after that golem just hurt you. I'm sorry. They were my guardians.
I understand. I've been hit a lot. It's usually a good night of sleep just it makes everything better for me. But these days, less and less so. I wake up a little weaker every day.
She nods almost in a knowing expression, one of sorrow, but she brings over a bowl of water and sort of says like, "May I?" As she kind of gets like a towel and begins to like dab your wounds. You may rest here. I'll see to your wounds. And as she's kind of seeing to them, you notice her hair is draped so long it reaches to the ground when she's sitting on this stool. And her hair is almost a tapestry in of itself. It's kind of this glossy dark brown. And the room around you it feels very homely. It feels like she may have carved out a little living space for herself here. There are shelves adorned with like spices, and you can smell food in the air, but not like recent, but perhaps just scent of maybe like, to you I guess it sort of smells like coffee beans almost. But
do you have you been here since they killed you at the rock?
Yes, I have. Well, not straight away. My soul would not pass on, not after the atrocities that were dealt upon me. But when Vatu Sivatu was taken, that is when I came here. He came and found me.
Are we inside of him right now? Is this like you said, places in between?
We are inside the spirit. By that same virtue, we are inside the darkness of his belly.
his spirit seems to be larger than himself, and he is quite large.
She looks like she has a pained expression on her face.
You trapped here. Is there anything I can help you with?
We are all trapped here. We wish to help. Then... No, I could not ask of you.
It really, I'm sure, wouldn't be out of my way. We're all on the same side, or at least you and I are. I also have some friends who are down here too. I got a little separated, but I'm sure they're doing just fine.
She takes a deep sigh. My husband, you must forgive him. I'm afraid he is not what he once was. He is not the man I fell in love with. I have not spoke with him in, well, since I came here. But that is not to say that I'm without my own powers. I found a way to...
I've seen examples of your power where we've seen the demon that you wove into the tapestry that you gave. Obviously, you gave it to me, so.
I cannot take credit, for that demon was already defeated. Their soul was broken and weakened. There was little resilience when I found them, but I could tell there was a great evil. I sought to seal it away before it recovered, perhaps before it remembered. Looks like I did the right thing. You're the ones, aren't you? You're the ones who defeated it.
I follow those who did. I personally don't inflict as much damage as others, but I like to think I help out all the same.
If he was able to slay that, then maybe you do stand a chance to free yourself from this realm. It is quite simple. We must end the Bachelor. I must kill my husband. Oh.
Is that need to be like to kill the spirit or the body?
The spirit must be banished, but the body is also part of this same ritual. In order to truly end the Bachelor, we must perform his sacred last rites. Unfortunately, he keeps to himself, locked away. And I have been searching for the key for so long. I've had my pebble mounds search high and low. Every inch of this belly has come up short.
Do you know what kind of key it is, or? I'm very good at finding things.
She says, it must be a physical one. I suspect it's made of metal. For the door on which the keyhole is placed is made of brass.
You know that it would be down inside instead of not out up in the world?
The key?
Yes.
The key would likely not exist in the outside world. For the key is what I believe more metaphysical in nature. It's a figment of his imagination, or perhaps it's a mental metaphor.
So he's behind this door that's locked?
She nods solemnly.
No. What do you ever leave this hut, this place that you're in?
She nods and says, "When he rests, I may too move on."
Sure. If you took me to if we could find my friends and find this door, we'd be able. They're very resourceful lot. I think we could very much. This. We're pretty good at getting through doors.
I think I have seen them. One of my pebble golems reported in a set of intruders, but
That was us in the clothing room.
you found one of my searchers then. They were looking for the key. Thought it might have been on someone's person, seeing as it might be a belonging to one person that it swallowed. I cannot say for sure, but my golems have been tirelessly sifting and sorting through them.
I think you should really meet my friends. I think you would be able to get a lot of things done together.
She sort of looks out and stands up slightly. And she doesn't go to a full stand. She sort of sits back down again and says, it's too dangerous. I'm only safe here. This place. I've sealed myself, for I fear my husband will attempt to hurt me again.
What form does your husband take down here?
He is
He's still a
man.
crocodile? He's a man down here.
He is a man with the tattoos of the scales of a crocodile. He has wild eyes and unkempt hair. My golems have sighted him.
Can he be defeated in this place, or do we need to get through that door to find him when he rests?
If you are capable of slaying a demon, then perhaps you are capable of ending his life as well. It is a grisly task, but it must be done if you wish to escape this place. But I dare not leave this place.
I understand. Is there anything any information or knowledge that you have that might help us in overpowering or defeating him?
Vatu has recently had visions, or perhaps more like delusions of grandeur. I think maybe his overconfidence might be his greatest enemy. He thinks himself a god, or perhaps becoming of one. But he is not. She looks you and takes your eyes in hers. Know that my husband is still a mortal man. But he is inhabited by that river spirit that took pity on him all those centuries ago. That is where he draws his power. A weapon that is of spirit can strike at spirit. That would strip him of his power, make him vulnerable.
One of those, but like I said, my friends really have all that stuff that I think we're gonna need. I'll would you mind sending me with one of your golems, and we could
I shall
and
raise,
I
yes,
could look for my friends?
I shall raise one for you. Pass
Would
this
you also
door.
be able to pass word to any other golems you might have out there to not
Of course.
attack elves or dragonborn they might see?
Of course. Now I know you're here. I will order my golems not to attack you. Past this door, there is a waterfall. Around its plunge pool you will see ferns, garlands, lounge-worthy rocks. It is a scene plucked from Vatu's childhood and planted here underground. It is a place of innocence. If you wish to rest, it might be the only respite you find. And I
Could
shall
we,
offer protection. My pebble golems will guard you.
Great news. Yeah, I'll try to find my friends and then bring them back, and then maybe they could meet you as well.
If you get lost, listen for the heartbeat. Follow that thumping noise, and you will arrive back here.
The pebbles try to find their way home here.
Some do, but most of the time I have them searching. They are not to return until they find the key.
Thank you very much. You've been very kind, and I hope to see you through this.
She nods but doesn't smile. She takes the pebble that you gave her in her hand, and she sort of sits around, turning on her bench, and begins polishing the stone with a strip of stingray leather. And on her right is a basket full of finished, smooth pebbles. And she just turns and begins going about sanding them.
Anyway, and then not to be rude, but I can also, once I rest, I might call upon you in a voice in your head, and I hope that's not too rude.
She turns and gives you this side expression. Says, "No, it is not." I have very little people to talk to.
As Carrick is leaving and heading down the hatch, he kind of looks and says, "Factor, you know the best thing about being somewhere that's in between places is that wherever you go, you'll end up somewhere." And then heads down.
We're getting some epic. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Okay, let me go back to here. Okay, so unwittingly stumbling into the heart. Something. Carrick, you're going down one of these winding tunnels past. So yeah, like she mentioned, is exactly as she described. There is this plunge pool of ferns and beautiful flowers. It's an idyllic little scene, and as you leave the cottage, the sound of the weaving machine starts up again. As you come past the waterfall, you enter into a long, stretching tunnel. And see what you find. Okay.
Fans?
This pathway, it hugs a cliff, and path of teak logs are paving the way. They're staked into the face of the cliff, and there are some gaps where logs have fallen away, but it overlooks a rushing chasmal stream that this waterfall is sort of connected to, perhaps. I'm going to need you to be very careful as you cross these to get through this little passage. Doesn't look like people have really used this in a long time.
I will channel divinity and be better at acrobatics for 10 minutes. That's not even plus my 3. Okay, so it's 20.
I'm still getting an echo from the kibble. Not there, is it? Alright. Gonna chuck him down for a moment. So, balancing very carefully on places where the logs have kind of worn away. Some of the surface you're gripping onto as well, the edge of the cliff, is wet and slippery. Thankfully, not with blood this time, but with more like fresh water. And you do make it to the other side carefully and cautiously. You don't stop to look down. Probably not wondering. You probably don't want to wonder where that leads. But you make it over, and to your immediate left, there is an archway that looks very familiar. It's the archway which you first attempted to go through when you was crossing this chamber. Beyond is that similar rough-hewn rock and the 4 other archways as well. However, there is another path, and it leads directly to your right. It sort of wraps around such that you can't quite see past it. That's a new way you haven't been.
Yeah.
Roll me a perception check. That's good. Okay. In the distance, you swear you hear a staccato laughter and the scent of perfume. It's coming from the archway.
So I'll head that way.
Okay. You head back into the chamber. 3 archways with the... Oh, have you got light again, or have you...
Yeah, I'll cast light on my shield.
Okay.
I'd also asked... I think I'd asked her if she'd send a golem to take me to my friends, but I'm not sure if that... Anyway, I'll head.
I don't think she agreed to that, but she did say that if you wanted to come here and rest, that she would guard you with them. She also said that they would attack you on sight. Regardless, as you cast light, 3 archways with the depictions above them go dark. Ah, okay.
Yes, I will head So there's 3. So once I shine a light on them, I can't see anything from it.
Right. You shine the light and it goes inky dark again, like completely black. And the other archway, it doesn't have any depictions on it at all. So you've got, if you quickly look over here, effectively, you got the one you came through, the one you originally came through, and then the 3 different ones with different depictions on them. But as you shine light over them, you can't read what they say. It's impossible. It's like they go completely black, void.
Can I reach up and feel the? Or is that
Yeah.
too high up?
You could try to. I'll say you really have to kind of stretch and reach up to them, but yeah, you
I
can.
can't feel through Mage Hand, can I? I don't think that works that way.
No, it doesn't.
No. Yeah, I will just try to get up a bit taller, just to.
Okay.
I'll shout down each of them too, yelling for Yasin and Ignir.
All right. You shout down one of them, and your voice reverberates and echoes. And as it echoes, it seems to return back to you in this kind of laughter.
Fall through the dark. Through the one on the far right.
Okay. You go down it, trusting, hoping that it's the right way. And Carrick, because you no longer have the stone in your possession, you start to see a wall with starlit constellations. And you make your way all the way down. And you start to hear voices. They are the voices of your allies. And Carrick, you are reunited. As you come around the corner, you see the lake. And you can smell tea.
Who burned all these crocodiles?
And there is also a slight scent of perfume as well in the air. But as soon as you kind of reach your destination, the perfume sort of wafts and vanishes away. It was only during that stretch of the tunnel. Ravara immediately is like, there you are. Where have you been? You were supposed to be right behind us.
We need to tie a rope to each other, I think, or something. But I did solve the problems of the stone golems. Seems like those won't be a problem for us anymore.
Oh, good.
And I relay the story of the Weaver and all the information that she told me.
Excellent.
Well, that's good.
All right, yeah, you're pretty.
We need to find a brass key. But if we need a rest,
and I pointed the guy's navel.
Oh, maybe.
You see the same brass door that she described.
Then that's it. That's where he sleeps, behind there, which means he might be coming out at any time. Too.
And I would tell everyone about the bird, and then I would say it in Elvish, and we should absolutely not get those tapestries for it under any circumstances.
It's very rude not to speak languages that everyone in the party speaks. Yes. You don't see Ignir and I talking Abyssal all the time.
Revive gives you a raised eyebrow.
I would then say in Elvish, who are you, and what have you done with Carrick?
Curses spitting at me, but I'm sorry I don't understand you. Sounds very pretty though.
And then I would say the same thing in Celestial.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. Yeah, it's a very lovely language.
And then
Speaking that more often.
Then in Celestial, I would ask him why he's not speaking Elvish.
I guess this is
the moment
Yeah.
where you might figure out something's not right.
right. Yeah, because like there'd be times when I would have remembered being able to speak Elvish, but then I just don't speak Elvish at all.
You remember conversing with elves, but you don't remember the language.
Yeah. I seem to be. Oh God. This is my nightmare. Slowly dying was one thing, but losing my mind as I die too is perhaps what I was clinging to as not going to be an issue.
I'm kind of like rack my brain. I don't think I've forgotten anything. I felt a bit tired.
We wouldn't know. Do you?
No, that's true.
You speak. I am straight up not having a good time.
That's actually one of my worst fears in real life as well. Forgetting. Yeah. It's
Or
horrific.
even like, but this is, yeah, this would be like knowing I kind of knew something, but now it's like kind of clasping it. I imagine the sensation being kind of like me trying to speak Elvish, but then it's just like at the tip of every single word is at the tip of my tongue, and if I try to think of a different word, it's with my tongue again.
Yeah.
Forgetting an entire language is quite a jump. I don't know. Maybe something else happened to you. There are creatures out there that can feed off of memories.
Get hit in the head by a stone golem. Maybe that's it.
Perhaps.
A good old fashioned concussion.
Well, what I said was, and then I repeat it in Celestial, is that we shouldn't give that bird those tapestries under any circumstances.
The bird wanted
You know,
our
it's
tap.
still rude to say things that everyone can't understand.
We'll say it in Abyssal to. It goes from being like like kind of like Finnish or something, whatever Celestial sounds like, then
Just
into.
Just don't say it in Sylvan. I suspect that thing's fake.
Is the bird thing here right now?
I swear I heard a bird when I was coming down the tunnel with Revitus.
Yeah.
If we follow the sounds of the heartbeat, there's a waterfall that we could get to that we could rest by, and the stone columns will protect us. I don't know how everybody else is feeling, but
Works for me. Ignir and Revire have been pretty well beaten up, and
yeah.
well,
But
I'm not
even if we
quite
just
used to
took a
wandering alone.
yeah, she says that's probably the only place in this whole inside that might be safe for us to rest. But she probably doesn't know about our dome. But still seems like maybe a good idea.
Yes, and well, it might be good to.
Should we check out this door really quickly?
Nothing to check out, I'm afraid, until we get the key.
Have you
I'll look
tried
at the-
looking
maybe the
through
key-
keyhole?
I'll try to look at the keyhole just to kind of get the like size, dimensions of what the key might be like.
Okay.
But I'll get right down low and look into it.
Okay. As you peer into the hole, first of all, utter darkness. You have no dark vision, and it
I will
is
take a grain of sand. I'll take a blade of grass, and I'll cast light on it, and
okay, cool.
I'll stick that through, and then once I can see through the other side, I'll cast Mage Hand.
Nice. All right, there is
Bit
a
of
reed
glass.
that is thin enough to fit through the keyhole for sure. And as it lights the way, you do see there are like tumblers in the keyhole, and then it passes past those and into another chamber beyond. And I'd like to ask you for a perception check at this point. Okay, Carrick. In the distance, you can see. Looks like the interior of the chief's longhouse, the one you were in before you jumped down into this abyss. And you can tell that the room around it looks like it's seen 2 centuries worth of age. It has a sort of decayed or rotted feel about it. However, you do make out tapestries. They're adorning all the walls. Because you rolled damn high, like a 27, there's something about the floor that draws your attention. And it's hard to make out, but you can tell it's very bumpy. It doesn't look like just a flat ground. It looks kind of like bumpy, and well, with the light that you're giving, there is some slight kind of reflection to it. Looks almost dusty as well, like grey and white. There is also something right in the center as well. There seems to be a dais, but you can't quite see from this angle what's on top of it. But there is a mound of something there.
Person-sized mound?
Yes. Actually, maybe just bigger than that. Like big enough for 2 people. There's no movement coming from it, however.
We'll be kind of peering through this keyhole, kind of narrating it play by play. Like, oh, some tapestries. Dusty. I will just dismiss the mage hand, drop the light, and kind of get Ignir and Revia and Yas and maybe just check out this door. Like, do we think that we could? Is it a big door? Is it like? Do we think could we like use some of our magic paints to like paint a hole in it? Do we think we could like or like paint like weakened like wherever the hinges are? We could kind of paint around that or something, or
yeah, worth a try. Revia begins bringing out the paints.
Yeah, I am worried that if he's in there, that this might be a fighting situation. So.
Also.
Oh yeah, we got fucked up by acid.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I'm not saying let's not try it, but well, this place is sort of, in a way, non-literal. I don't suspect that this door is simply a door, if you know what I mean. I could be wrong. I hope to be wrong, but well.
I'm pretty tapped out for my resources. I have like one of everything I could do, but just that would be it.
Okay.
Well, I could try if it just makes. Obviously, we don't want to paint a whole doorway now if we don't want to fight Bachelor. I could see if it just makes a hole, just a tiny one, no bigger than the keyhole.
Yeah, that would be good.
And then if it works, it works. If it doesn't, We'll go and
Yeah.
find that damn key.
Yeah, like that.
Okay then. She did a black paintbrush to get some of the ink, and
Make
begins.
an arrow slit, Revive, so that you could like shoot through it if you needed to.
You sure you don't want me to do it?
She looks at you, looks at her own melted body. Yeah, sure. She hands you the paintbrush.
Cast it's on Ignir. Don't fuck
Okay.
this up.
Okay, tell me what you paint on the door. Ah, yes, the old
Sorry,
performance.
I try to paint a small like eye hole so that we can kind of either shoot an arrow through it or see through it.
Whereabouts on the door do you actually paint? Let me just bring you back.
I would probably do it around like waist level. So on the image, probably. I'm assuming this is a very tall door.
Mm-hmm.
So like, where's the key in relation to our heads, or the keyhole rather?
Well, it's probably around about. Oh, where's head height? You mean?
Yeah, where's head height on this?
Yeah, that's about their shoulders.
Okay, then I'd actually probably do it around the knee, like right where my cursor is, like right there.
Gotcha. Okay. Sure thing. Okay. You dab a small hole, and as you put the paintbrush to the actual door, because it's black ink, it immediately forms into a hole, and you feel the paintbrush push forward further than it should, and you don't see the little bristles actually bend. They just seem to push forward in to the hole itself fully, such that the paintbrush is like halfway through the door now. And as you recall the paintbrush, you have left a small incision in the knee.
Can I motion for Revias to look through, since she's probably the only one that will be able to?
All right. Kind of kneels down. She looks very withered. Peers into the hole. It's dark. There's... What the heck is that? And we'll give a Revire's eye view. Effectively, she sees from this low angle, because it's lower than the keyhole. She's kind of looking more up and into the room, and she notices the many rafters that sport the top of the longhouse. And amongst them, with her superior dark vision, she can see into the darkest recesses. There's something moving on all fours. It climbs across the rafter and then leaps. And it leaps above, out of eyeshot. And she's trying to, like, you can see her, like, kneeling down, trying to get a better view and, like, looking as hard as she can upwards to where it jumped. And then suddenly, she sees this eye peering right back at her as thud, this creature lands next to the keyhole and stares directly back at her eye. And in that moment, you hear a voice sounding from the other side. And it says, "Nosy little intruder." And Revire is already spooked and jumped. She kind of almost stumbles away from the door. And at that moment, you see there is a beam of energy, black lightning, kind of crackles through the door. But instead of making a lightning sound, kind of makes this kind of deep, bassy sound. And I need Revire to roll a wisdom save. Mm-mm. Oh dear. Revire stumbles back away from the door, and suddenly she starts screaming in agony, and you hear a clicking of bone,
Oh, damn.
and looks like her body's contorting.
Yeah,
And
I'll cast Dispel Magic on it.
you cast Dispel Magic. It has no effect on what is transpiring right
No,
now.
that's
In
a
fact,
third.
at least I don't think it does. We will have to double check, because I'm pretty sure that will not do the trick. Let me check. Uh-oh.
Creature, object, or magical effect. Yeah.
Definitely.
Seemed like black lightning. It's a magical effect, so that would be like charm person or.
Can't really go up until dispelled. Okay, it is dispellable. Can you roll me a wisdom check?
Bring it nice and high.
Wow! Smashed through
Get
it.
out of her head!
Nicely done. Okay.
It's a 14th level spell.
It was higher than that. Right. You're never going to know what that was, because as Revire is contorting, twisting, you see like her vertebrae actually twist and turn. Her body almost falls backwards, and her knees begin to snap back. And at that moment, you slap your hand down on top of her and immediately reverse the effects. The popping of bone, she almost transforms back into, like Transformer style, back into her normal form.
Run. Time to run.
She's clutching her chest. Oh, my ribs! What was that? She starts to draw a bow and arrow.
I mean, maybe we go to this waterfall place for a nap.
Yeah, let's withdraw. I think we know where he is. He knows we're here.
I'm just amazed it was an actual door. I thought it was going to be like a metaphor or something. A metador, if you will.
There's lots of ways to get past metaphorical. Barriers in your mind.
Well, as you say that, Nelson, you hear a voice, and it says, "So naive. You think you can change my world. The rules bend to me."
Tell
You
that
start
to
to see
Vatu see Vatu.
You start to see that hole closing up.
And I
Smells of
got a
solder.
nice lick there. Lick in there.
Yeah, I think that was good.
Yeah,
That
it
is going to
definitely
stew
smells
on that
like.
for a while.
You hear a voice. It continues from the other side of the door, but now it remains kind of muffled. It says, "I knew you would be worthy, resourceful. How?" You swear you hear the licking of lips.
I try and yell back through the door. Vatu see Vatu killed you on your wife, and now he's exploiting you so he can ascend to godhood. I don't know if you know that, but I feel like you should.
Godhood.
Yeah.
Yes. It has crossed my mind. I think the time has come.
No, he's hoping that he can sort of piggyback on that after killing you. I feel like you're latching onto the wrong bit there. Kind of missed the point.
Sounds like he doesn't care much what Vatu does or doesn't do.
Okay.
Seems to be you just seem to be filling his head with ideas. And just as you're saying, like, you're getting the wrong idea, you hear a voice again, but different this time. It sounds more humanoid, less guttural, less sinister. And it says, Vatu. Vatu. He will get what's coming to him. He will pay for what he did. And then his voice goes again. Yes. He shall be the last meal for your sin.
Well, I think Vang Si Vang is pretty much dead, so that's all the
Yeah.
that's all the difficult guilt and are we doing the right thing and could we perhaps find a diplomatic solution, all of that. I think it's time for just a good old silent scrapple and beaten to death.
I don't really know why he hasn't opened the door to come.
Well,
I say this in Celestial.
Yeah, no, I'm doing this whole thing in. Do you know Celestial? Oh well, Celestial's all we got now. So come on, let's go and have tea with his wife or something.
You hear the crunching sound as a figure leaves the door.
Leaves the door.
Yeah, leaves it.
As in, like, steps away.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on. Let's move in a hurry, shall we? I start jogging off.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, in that case, what's the time? 2. Yeah, we still got time. All right. You're heading back into the tunnel. And
I really agree that we need to follow the sound of the heartbeat. You have to listen to your heart, and I mean your heart, the land's heart.
Just a heart.
A heart, yeah. So our hearts aren't really beating very much right now, yes, right?
you can listen out for your heartbeat if you want.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, well, it's Schrodinger's heart.
Okay. In that case, come back out into, once again, chamber with the 3 archways. And 2 of them do not have depictions of runes or carvings on them. And Revive mentions, so, Carrick, you were right behind us, and yet you went down a different tunnel?
Yeah, I think I might have been because I had a piece of I had a pebble. I had a piece of the heart.
Well, that's
Heartstone?
Huh.
Maybe?
Heartstone?
The stone.
I'm ready to believe anything, but yes. So if you don't have a stone, you go down a different tunnel. What about the blood? We need to wash that up.
Wasn't a golem supposed to be traveling with Carrick from the lady?
Protect us
No.
when we sleep.
No, there was never a mention of her agreeing to have a golem guard him or accompany him. Just so they wouldn't harm him.
Yeah, so she said to follow the sound of the heartbeat. So
Yeah.
I'll listen out for the heartbeat to try to find the waterfall again.
Okay. Make a perception check.
God yourself. $16.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You do hear a thump as you kind of get right up against the wall. And it's a moment later, maybe about 20 seconds, you hear a thump, another kind of beat. If it is a heartbeat, it's incredibly slow.
Yeah.
Thump. It is, you're kind of following it across the wall, and it's getting louder and louder to one direction. And then when you get to the archway where you should find it leads, you completely lose the sound of the heartbeat, and you're standing almost directly under the archway.
We go through this one.
Revi says, well, hold up. It just changed again. It didn't have any markings, but now it's got those laughing monkeys again.
I didn't have no. Just for the.
Hmm?
I should have asked to keep some of the stones.
If blood leads you to one, stone leads you to another, then why do we keep going towards this one? There must be some other condition that's being met that forces us down this tunnel.
The light, right?
The light just obscures it.
Here's it.
Not even I can read it when you have the light over it.
Blood's down. Do we have to walk backwards?
Hmm. I'm not sure. Let me look at the carving. Revi might as well roll an investigation check at this point. Okay, let me have a look. Don't really have a clue. The monkeys are laughing for some reason. They seem to find something funny. They're all depicted pointing down. Pointing down at, like, presumably someone who would be standing under the archway. But other than that, I can't tell. What was down that tunnel again? That was the clothes, wasn't it?
I think so. Yes.
Yeah. There's like discarded clothes everywhere.
But that should be safe now, as those golems are, well,
That's true. But when we went through it, it looped around and came back here.
Right, came right back to the spot. Blood went one way.
Stone went another.
does anyone feel like crying? You can try that.
Ooh. Great. I like that. I mean, I hate to be so base, but what if it's like, is it just, no, okay. That would be crazy. We don't need to pee on anything. That would be just ridiculous.
Honestly, Garrick.
I mean, it's just another bodily fluid. It just has stigma attached to it, is all.
I tried it earlier anyway.
Okay. Stone. Like, it can't be anything that we. So it has to be something that we collect from around in here, because everything else, like, we have with us all the time. It's not like us like holding something out. But
Can we smell the bird scent anywhere?
No, you do not. You smelt it when it was leading you to your friends and allies, but once you were united, is exactly the moment in which that fragrance dispersed. You might be onto something, Carrick. You might be onto something. We had something. We had the stone. You had the stone. We had Jason had the blood. So what do we need for this one?
Get to the waterfall, probably water.
What are those monkeys finding so damn funny?
Face. Tell a joke.
Okay. I'm kind of out of jokes.
Why was the ship shaking on the ocean floor?
I don't know.
So it was a nervous. It was a nervous wreck.
Aha! I try laughing. Aha! Now do we go through the door now that we're all in fits of hysterics? Aha!
I don't think that worked. Revive looks across
think,
it. Still
like,
the
we
same
went.
monster. Maybe the
didn't
joke
go
that was
through.
funny.
We didn't go through as a group.
What did one ocean say to the other ocean?
I think they just waved.
They'll see them later.
Well, yeah, both of those. Nope, nothing changed. It's still the damn monkeys. I feel like you're right, character. We need something. Or
Look around, just to, like, is there something that is part of the ground, like earth, or
the only things that were in here that weren't originally in here is the sandal that was stuck on Igne's horn that he kind of kicked off, as well as what else was there? So like bits of torn clothing that got like caught up in your escape. I think I mentioned a loincloth or something of the sort.
do we have to like have some of the hold some of the clothing from the clothing room?
Revive shrugs.
Makes.
Or does it have to be a
oh.
particular piece of clothing that corresponds to the place that we want to go?
Well, we have a loincloth and a sandal. Go crazy.
A massive shield is.
Oh yeah, what did happen with the shield?
Okay. So the shield was easily like hefted this whole way, but the time you took to like attune to it, well, you're gonna need to sit down and actually meditate for an hour. I'm not gonna say you did take a short rest until you got to an actual place of rest, but you feel something is happening. Maybe. Like you can't just like be in its presence for an hour. You need to actually like sit down, experiment with it, try different things with it. It's not just I'll carry it for an hour. You really have to kind of be in a moment of rest, and you need an hour's extended time.
Sending to our friend, the Weaver, woman whose name I can't quite remember, or it passed away.
You know what? You know.
You know what, Ina? And hey, it's Carrick. I can't seem to find my way back to the waterfall. I found my friends. Would you mind telling me how I can get there so we can rest, please? And thank you.
She says, "Oh no, you're stuck in the three bellies. There is a way. Seems like some sort of riddle, but it's not clear. If you need to get out of there, you're going to need this is going to sound ridiculous, but you're going to need something, an item of clothing, and it's going to need to be not where you would expect to wear it. Somewhere stupid. Somewhere hilarious. Pants on head. And that's that's where the message leaves. Ends.
Into the clothing room.
Oh, I'm gonna wear this loincloth like a scarf. Igni, you want your sandal back?
Sure. I'll wear the sandal like a glove.
Cool. Alright. And if you want to head back into the clothing room, you can. What do each of you get?
I take a really like oversized dress, like one that could fit 2 of me in it.
Gotcha.
Sort of drape that
Okay.
over me.
And what does
Try to find like
Carrot
I'll try to find a hat. And
Oh,
then
yeah, that's funny.
and then like push my and like wear it as a shoe.
do? A hat as a shoe. Nice.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
a top hat.
While
That's
I'm
okay.
in there, I will cast locate object key.
Okay. The moment you cast this spell is when you hear a rumbling, and a golem suddenly comes around the corner, and it stops. All of its pebbles freeze in motion and stares at you. And you detect no key within 1,000 feet. And by the way,
No.
this room is easily less than that.
There's no key in here. You can look somewhere else. But you're doing a great job. I miss Warren.
The golem begins to move towards you. And as it does, it sort of passes around you as all the pebbles turn into smaller piles and then move between your legs or around them. And then they reform into a full golem back on the other side. And they begin rolling the way you came from. And as you come through into the 3 bellies again, and you come up to the archway with all your various random bits of clothing, the laughing monkeys on the door disappear as if appeased, and it turns into just a mundane archway with no carvings.
What a silly place.
Tis a silly place. Yes, indeed. And as you come round, you see the golem is also passing down this tunnel as well.
Is he wearing anything?
There is lots of bits of clothing stuck in him. Actually, there's a sock stuck between 2 rocks. What else is there? There's like a feather.
Just wanted to make sure we're all playing by the rules here, golems.
For sure, yeah. There's several belts like all hooked onto each other. And at the front, as he kind of moves around, he's actually wearing a tie on his leg, like a garter. And yeah, he turns to the right immediately as soon as he comes into here, and he begins rolling forward.
I think we want to go to the right.
And at this point, you hear that heartbeat once again, Carrick. Boom. Boom.
And I am really tapped out, but
The golem stops momentarily as he comes to the logs. You guys catch up to it.
Yeah.
And when you arrive, it starts to fall apart, and the pebbles start rolling across and forms a stone bridge across the missing logs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Golem.
And you guys make it across. There is a moment of trepidation as you feel like you're stepping on just gravel and that this could give way at any moment. But the stones hold, they kind of like tense and pull together more tightly. And as if it is supporting your weight. And once you make it to the other side, you see the stone bridge lift itself back up and turns and begins following you guys as you make your way around to a very similar brass door, but this time it depicts a woman. Here she is. And you passed through these doors, but you didn't see the other side of them, Eric. And once you come to them, there doesn't appear to be a lock like the other doors did. And you're stuck there for a moment, waiting, figuring out if there's even a way to open it.
Go through this one last time?
You passed through it, but it was open when you went through it.
I knock on the door.
You knock, and how do you knock? Is it just a
No, polite.
two knock?
Hello?
There's no response, but as the golem comes over towards it, it too knocks on the door. The golem looks down at you, Jason, and then it looks back at the door. It then uses its heavy hands and shoves the door as hard as it can.
Why didn't I think of that?
Brute strength, not our forte.
It starts to give way, and you're able to enter into the small fern-filled plunge pool. And in the distance, you see there is that same cottage again, a light flickering. And the smell of sand, sawdust, enters your nostrils.
All right, tiny hut.
Tiny hut.
Okay. As you begin casting the spell, you see the golem closes the door and stands guard. But when he's standing, he's more like turning into a pile of rocks, and the topmost rock seems to resemble his head. But either way, kind of goes into a still pile, much like the one you first found, Carrick. And without issue, you will cast Tiny Hut, and you are able to create the dome.
Wunderbar.
Right as Carrick lies down, he'll cast Identify on Igneous Shield.
Okay.
Now I'm tapped out.
All right. So the shield, as you identify it. Now, Revi used it as a raft earlier, and unknowingly, the actual shield has a very similar property in that it is able to support a tremendous amount of weight without breaking and without falling as well. Because you did wonder how the shield was able to support you both on it over a very shallow, acidy pool. It was almost like you were floating across it without incident. And although Revi was kind of using that large greave to sort of push her way through the pool, it was almost as if you glided along anyway. This shield can be used to cast Tensor's Floating Disc. Yeah, it can be used like 3 times a day, and it will recharge a D3 on at dawn. And it is. Yeah. But other than that, it is. It still has the same properties as a +2 shield. Just with the added benefit you can cast that spell from it, if attuned. Handy for hauling treasure.
Yeah.
Also handy if someone can fly but the others can't. They can use it as a way to float across things.
And for hoisting the dead bodies of your comrades out of dungeons.
Yes.
So what? Do I just put it in as a custom item?
Yeah, you can just add shield, and then you could add Tensor's floating disc to your character sheet. So, are you actually attuning to it? Is the question.
Well,
You could-
actually, Carrick, this may be better for you. It's more of the, got all the utility.
Oh, it's just a shield, right? It's not like a +1 shield.
No.
Yeah.
With a spell.
Right, but you like spells. I think you should have it. You found it. Really cool with your new bone spear, and your now you've got this like hook on your shield thing. It's very fearsome looking.
Shields aren't really my thing anyway. Nor revives, I gather.
She shakes her head. No. No, thank you.
Yeah. Use all my spell slots.
Well,
Hi,
you're
boy.
You're about to get them all back. Because I cannot do anything nasty to you in the dome, sadly.
Lovely.
I would love to, but not only that, you're in a safe place inside a dome for double measure. Like, you've got several layers of protection. And if you are going down for a long rest, you will gain one.
Love it. Feels good. But I come back with one less hit point.
That's the only issue.
Oh, yes.
That's the one little snag, is that, of course, each day that passes, the longer you take, the longer you feel yourself slipping from the living world. Only a single hit point, but it can add up over time. Nonetheless, you do feel rested. You have restored your mental capabilities. And you also do restore your hit dice as well. Or at least half of them.
Half your hit dice.
Yeah, that's right.
And we love
Love
that.
it.
I'm afraid not. It seems like there's an important thing you must do here. But, hey, you know where he is, and you know what you need to get. But there are unsearched places here that could still hold the key. Difficulty in navigating it, sure. But
Well,
you have
just
two
go and knock the door down.
I think
brute
Yeah.
force.
I do have.
Revice says, whilst, yes, I would prefer the direct approach, whatever he tried to do to me last time, I wouldn't want even upon my enemies. That was horrible.
Yeah.
Well, if it came to it, I've got something that would deal with that door, no problem.
Yeah, you took stone shape, right?
No, it's brass, isn't it? But then the stuff
It is
around it
brass.
isn't brass, so
True.
you're only as brassy as your frame.
He says, it felt like my skeleton had a mind of its own. Ugh.
Oh.
Well, look, you're
Yeah.
fine now, so
Let's now that we've solved the problems of the stomachs, I think maybe we should look for these cells.
Right. And what was it? You said someone wanted a tapestry, that bird? Why don't you trust them out of interest? I mean, I wouldn't trust anyone, but of course, and we don't want to give over the tapestry either.
well, it said quite explicitly that it's working with those who work for Vertus
Ah.
Silvato, who not exactly seeing as being a paragon of moral virtue.
No. Okay,
And
that makes...
he also seemed quite thrilled to know that one of those tapestries contained a demon, and generally just gave off an evil vibe.
Say no more.
And he refused to sit down and have tea with me, which is immediately suspicious. Perfect way to filter out any fey bastards.
Ah. Wait, really? Is that true?
They can't accept food or drinks. Creates
Without them
obligation.
owing you something.
Yes.
Hmm.
And then I was very clever to make sure that I'd never agreed to the favour it gave me. It offered me.
Well, he sounds like you may have dodged a bullet. What kind of bird was it, out of interest? Because on the door there was a kingfisher.
Oh, it looked like a, what was it, an Egyptian something?
To you, yeah, I guess it looked like a...
It looked like one of those things that, you know, like the dentist fish. A flosser fish.
Sure.
We don't get those in Limbo.
As long as... you don't suppose... No. You don't,
Yeah, revive.
you don't suppose those
Let's hear it.
damn... Well, you know those kingfishers that stared at us creepily on the river, right? It was like a whole...
Bloody familiar.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They were like creepy. They just stared at us for no reason. Unless we went down the river, but yeah. Maybe they're related.
Right. What did Anton say was chasing him? Was a grasping demon?
Correct. Yes. The grasping demon. Yeah.
Is that something I've heard of, or is that?
Ooh, roll a religion check. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Same. No problem. A 21. Jesus. Okay. Cool. A grasping demon is not something you've heard of in the tomes that you've read through the libraries of the Astral Sea. No, there is no such demon named the grasping demon, but it does sound like a name that he would have given it in the moment. The closest thing you can think of would be perhaps like a chain devil, because those are used to like bound and tie and perhaps drag people away. Grasping, though, sounds more like the creature has a multitude of hands, and then you perhaps think of that female demon that has like 8 arms, but they use weapons. They're not really one to grab people. It's tricky to know, but it doesn't sound like one that's a typical demon. It could be one of these imagined creatures, another vague interpretation, or maybe it's a repressed emotion, a deep negative one perhaps. Regardless, it sounds ominous. But if it didn't kill them, what does it want with them is a better question. And I think on that ominous note, and now that you're all fully rested, out of harm's way, it is a decent place to sort of end the session, perhaps a little bit earlier than usual, but it would be nice to have revive before heading out again and deciding where to go. So, cool. Then in that case, we're going to sign off here. Thank you all very much for watching. This has been the Last Resort Company, and we'll be live again next week, hopefully, with a full cast. And we'll see you then. Bye-bye for now.